This is the button for recording, is it? Currently it is showing yesterday's. Okay, that's okay. If Himanshu gives the new one, we'll take the new one. Hello. Can you check if my background and voice is visible? Hello.
Huh. Hi, what's up?
Hi, Pratik. Pratik, is my background visible?
Yes, but the GreenPro logo is you can get back. Yes, now it's fine.
And is there okay? The logos and everything is fine, right? Yeah.
Correct.
Okay. Okay. Thanks. Hello. Hello.
Yes, what's up?
Hello, Himanshu. You can talk there once on the platform. Hello. Himanshu, are you able to hear me? Hemant, still the second side is appearing itself. Did you pause or something? See. Now it's okay. नाउ इट्स फाइन। हाय माचो, अभी एक ही स्लाइड दिख रहा हो। ठीक है। एंड नेक्स्ट थिंग इज मैं दिख रहा हूँ। कैन यू हियर मी? जस्ट चेक दैट ऑल्सो। Himanshu, can you confirm if you are able to hear me also in this? ठीक है, मेरी तरफ से। ठीक है। ठीक है। हम्म, क्यों? अच्छा, नहीं नहीं, वो अलग कंप्यूटर से कर रहे हैं हम लोग। वो स्क्रीन शेयरिंग अलग से कर रहे हैं क्योंकि मैं इधर से होस्ट करूंगा। ठीक है, ऐसे कर रहे हैं हम लोग। ठीक है, करता हूँ। 1 मिनट है हेमंत, चेकिंग सभी। हम्म, नहीं, एक सेकंड सर, मैं सर एक सेकंड। हम्म, अभी स्टॉप शेयरिंग, एक सेकंड। हम्म, अभी ना, ठीक है। क्या करूँ? ठीक है। और इसमें हिमांशु, कुछ स्पेसिफिक थैंक यू ऑल द सपोर्टर्स। नाम लेना। अच्छा, ठीक है, ठीक। सबसे पहले वेलकम यू ऑल टू द फोर्थ डे ऑफ ग्रीनप्रो समिट 2020। The theme for today is sustainable products and materials for green fields. And before we start, I would like to thank all our supporters, AkzoNobel, JSW Cement, Tata Tiscon, deserve to us. Because we've been setting the standard in covenant protection for more than 200 years. Right there, when you need us. They all create a complete building or transforming an entire city. Our products also keep transporting and destroy. We even protect what goes in your hand. And we do it because we believe in the power of paint. We can energize communities and transform people's lives. That's why we use our expertise to inspire designers and architects to help shape the world that we live in. And if you think paint is just paint, think again. Our products contain the air, reduce fuel consumption, withstand extreme temperatures, even cope with conditions on Mars. Now we're going even further. We're working with visionaries across the globe to accelerate our innovation. Because we want to make a difference. Big or small. How do we describe ourselves? Well, we like to say we've got a passion for paint. It's been part of our story since 1992. How can we be part of your story?
Over 100 years, they should change the lives of do things better, lively, life, full of color and opportunity. It all stands for breakthrough research, meticulously developed by leading scientists and chemists at our world-leading facilities. We're all part of a diverse family who, together, make paint one paint manufacturer and complete painted coating solution. No peace of mind. We're a Pan-Asian family unified and driven by our people who cultural, vigilance, insatiable facility of flexible passion. Corporate responsibility is ingrained in our DNA, promoting sustainability and developing skills. These people have always been at the heart of our company. Together, we strive for a sustainable business. Positive impacts lives. Our ingenuity flows through every drop of the food, paint and coating every year. And encourage to all the industry supply strong distribution and in turn enrich the lives of millions around the world. We continue to set standards, codes, and vehicles, architectural codes, sustain, enhance the performance of bridges, ships, and hotels by offering developers and architects a variety of highly durable and weather-resistant options. Realize their ambition and for our consumers to strive to deliver the best end-to-end solutions, including design services to perfectly complement our products. We are the market. We harness the brilliance of innovation. We inspire the lives of millions now and for decades to come.
Oh, what? No, I cannot see anything. Can you please share? Uh, a very good afternoon and welcome to all of you in the GreenPro Summit 2020. We welcome you to the session on green products and materials for sustainable buildings. So before we start the session, we would like to thank all the supporters who have made this event possible: AkzoNobel, JSW Cement, Tata Tiscon, Nippon Paint, and iCubix. Thank you and welcome to all the supporters as well. So before we start our session, and we would like to inform all the participants that during the session, when you're viewing it on Hive, you have an option of asking the questions on the right-hand side top corner. So with this information, let me welcome to the forum our session chair, Mr. Unnikrishnan. So Mr. Unnikrishnan is the managing director in the glass business of Saint Gobain Glass India. He has played a pivotal role in Saint Gobain Glass India achieving in a short time a market leadership position thanks to the state-of-art manufacturing, impeccable quality, and trusted brand building. With a rich experience of over 20 years in the glass industry, Mr. Unnikrishnan is the managing director of Saint Gobain India Private Limited. Apart from his professional role at Saint Gobain, he is a thought leader across various fora in the areas of sustainability and regulations, crafting key policy structure frameworks for the Indian construction industry. He is the chairman of Glazing Society of India, chairs the CII Tamil Nadu Manufacturing and Competitiveness Panel, chairs the CII Southern Region Task Force on Environment and Sustainability, and is an Executive Council member of Alliance for Energy Efficient Economy. Sir, we welcome you to this forum and we request you to make the opening remarks and take the session forward.
Thank you. Thank you for that kind introduction. I hope I am audible.
Yes, sir. Please continue.
Okay. Thank you. So good afternoon once again, everyone. Good afternoon and warm welcome to this important session. First of all, before we start, wherever you are, whichever part of the country or world you are, I hope you are safe and healthy. And I wish it continues that way in the coming days, because the biggest challenge and what occupies all our mind these days is really the health-related challenges. I think the green and sustainability has come a long way in the country, especially in the built space, thanks to exceptional work done by CII, IGBC for the past couple of decades. I think green and sustainability is more synonymous with what IGBC has been doing in India for several years. And always the green and sustainability was related to energy efficiency. So how to bring down the amount of energy that we use, and that always has been the focus when you talk about green and sustainability. But I think it's important time for us to realize that India as a country is changing. It's changing for good, but which has certain implications to the way we look at sustainability or energy efficiency. Why am I saying that India is changing? On the energy side, on the power side, from a power deficit country, we are moving to a power surplus. So today, I think in most parts of the country, there is surplus power. I'm not talking about the COVID crisis lockdown period, but I'm saying in general, even otherwise, I think India is in a stage where the power generation is surplus to what we require as a consumption. Second, a significant part of the power generation is also shifting towards other things coming in. So that's the second part. The third is really from oil, we are moving to gas. As a country, I think there is more gas pipelines which are coming in different parts, whether it's for the city gas or for the industries or for automobiles and things like that. We will see a significant shift in the coming years in terms of how the character of the kind of energy that we are using getting much more cleaner. So all this means that one, the source of energy is becoming cleaner. So that way we are okay. We can be aspirational, we can consume more energy, but it's more cleaner in that sense. Second, the cost of energy or the power is also going to come down. And when something becomes cheaper, our eyes are taken off from that. And therefore, we tend to, not really value so much from energy efficiency point of view. I think these are important things. So changing is really around 26 cities are having delayed, some of them are on time, but as and when it happens, it's going to change the way people travel. Therefore, the energy which is required, which is consumed in a building or in the bringing them to go, is come down. The focus, therefore, has to be on the building itself. Building itself in terms of from the time it's designed, construct, the time that you take to construct, the amount of wastage that you generate or you avoid, and what happens during the lifetime of the building in terms of its upkeep, the maintenance, all that part of it, and towards the end of the life, what kind of a what people call it, the recycling possibilities from that. These are all going to be very, very important. I think that is where the GreenPro Summit, I think, is very important from that point of view, because the products are now going to, the building material products are going to be central to how this is going to happen. Right from the kind of designs that you can do, the kind of, I think it's going to really change the way things are done. And we are lucky to have, I think we are really blessed to have a galaxy of good presenters, I think from varied fields. I think from paint to cement to roofing tiles to, we have so many fields from, we have today the speakers. And I'm sure they are all going to take us through what advancement they are seeing in their respective field and how the technology or the kind of product or the application or its, those things are changing to make it much more sustainable and energy efficient. Before I introduce the first speaker, I would request that if you have any questions, please put it in the chat box. We will keep seeing that. What we will do is we will go through all the presentations one after the other, and then we will take up the question answers towards the end. And if you can also indicate if your question is specific to a particular speaker, if you can indicate, that would be also helpful. Normally, it should be, one should be able to make out from the way you are asking the question, but to be more precise, that will be great. And my request also to all the speakers would be, please stick to the time schedule, the time that is allotted to you, so that we can complete the whole session within time. Because after our session, I think there is one more session just to happen, so we shouldn't delay the start of that particular one. So with that, let me start. I think I mentioned we have a series of interesting product categories which are getting presented today. Let's start with the most colorful one, I think, which is really paint. I think when you talk about color, I think what comes to our mind is really paint. So, and normally one would think, what does paint got to do with sustainability and things like that? I think it's got much more than sustainability, and I think it's also to do with the way people's lives can be made much better. And today you are talking about hygiene and so many other things. So I'm sure our first speaker, Mr. Varun Chabra, he is the category manager from Axo Nobel. I'm sure he is going to take us through a lot of interesting things that we can learn afresh on paint as a category. So with that, let me welcome Varun. Varun, over to you.
Thank you so much, sir. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the introduction. Thank you to IGBC CII GreenPro Summit for giving me this opportunity and Axo Nobel an opportunity to be a part of it. We've now been with this CII IGBC family since the last 3 years, and we've been supporting the GreenPro conference every year. And so we're really proud to be a part of it, and we really think that it's adding a lot of material value to the industry, and that's why we are here to support it. So as Mr. Unnikrishnan said, paints is not just about the color. It's also about what we can do to change people's lives. And so that's what I'm going to talk to you today about. It's not just about the VOC or about the things that we add to paint, but overall as an organization, as an industry, what can we do for people? And that's a different take on sustainability that I have. If someone could confirm that my screen is visible, then I can go on. The presentation is visible. Great, thank you so much. So our approach to sustainability as Axo Nobel is called, it has 3 legs: the people, the planet, and paint. So paint for us, as I said earlier, is number 3. It's the third one that we look at. It's more about the people and the planet and the approach to it. So that's what I'm going to take you through today. So as I said, if we think paint is just paint, then we need to think again, because what paint can bring to the table is much more. What paint can do is basically keep buildings to stand the test of time so they can preserve them. Paint or coatings, they're also on your devices. So most of you today, if you're holding a Samsung device in your hand, it probably has an AkzoNobel coating on it. The wheels of industry keep changing. So Maruti Suzuki, all the alloys are with us. Most of the windmills, wind farms around, as well as the shipping industry. So most of it is there. And then obviously, all of us know the brand Dulux, and it's synonymous by homes and living in homes. That's what we bring to the table. So it's not just about paints, but I'm not here to talk about everything that we do related to paints, but I'm here to talk about what we do and sustainability and what our ambition is. Globally, we're seen as one of the leaders in sustainability, and that's not something that we say, but it's because organizations outside, especially the Dow Jones Sustainability Index, they rate us there. And we do it through 3 ways, as I said. First, we empower everyone around us. We try and make whatever impact we can to the planet. So this is through sustainable coatings, sustainable paints, low VOC, healthy, and all of that bring to the table. And all of this is continuously done by our focus on innovation. If you don't keep innovating every day, you don't keep searching for new materials, new things, new raw materials, and bring them into the play, then moving forward and moving towards a more sustainable planet would not be possible. As I've explained, in terms of the people, it's about our principles towards the human rights. DNI is an extremely important fact for us, and we think DNI is something that every organization should definitely look at. We've set ourselves a target of reducing our own carbon emissions by 50%, and by 2030, we're looking at becoming a zero waste company. And as I said, on paints, ultimately everything is delivered through paints. So we try to bring as many tangible benefits to our customers and bring in positive social as well as environmental impacts as we can. So let's talk about people. We are proud to be recognized as a top employer in multiple countries around the world. We won a lot of awards, and we're really proud of it. But what we are more proud of is the fact that we've touched about 40 million people's lives positively in some way or the other, be it by just painting a school, or be it by donating paint for a lot of hospitals around United Kingdom currently in the COVID crisis. So we don't talk about it overtly, but the fact is that is how we try and do it. So about 30,000 individuals is what we have trained, and we've upskilled them, and we worked on about 900 projects. We try to influence a lot of supply chains around the world. And so the partners that we work with, we respect their human rights. And we try and bring the best standard, highest standard of health and safety around. In terms of the planet, as I said, we have a target to be zero waste by 2030. But in terms of landfills, we intend to do it in 20 itself. And so we are on way to do it. The industry on an average has about 50% more waste. So our industry, because we're part of chemicals, so we do produce a lot of waste, and we're trying to reduce it as much as we can. In the last 8 years, we've reduced it by almost 40%. And we recycle water across all our sites. About solar panels, we have 100% renewable energy across 33 locations in 8 countries. In India, out of our 6 manufacturing plants that we have, 5 of them are now 100% on solar energy, and we intend to do it with the 6th one as well soon. So this does not go to the customers, but it ultimately impacts the planet, and that's something that we are trying to bring to the table in the back end. And on carbon emissions, because again, as we are part of the chemical industry, our carbon emissions are pretty high. So we intend to bring them down by 30%, the energy used by 30%, and move to renewable almost completely. In terms of non-usable waste, we intend to bring it down to zero by 2030. If it's not recyclable, we will not be using it anymore. And as I said, water reuse is we're almost there. We intend to do it around the world 100% by 2030, and that's what our focus is on. In terms of our own packaging, and that's something that's true to Dulux as well as Dulux Professional, our brands in India, we supply them in plastic packs. And next year, we're starting with offering recycled packs in India as well. So that's a project that we're currently working on, and we're very proud of it because the fact is that this industry does not currently have reverse logistics formally set up. So it does come through informal channels. So we're trying to formalize it and bring down the overall plastic use that's there in it. In terms of paint, and that's now the mainstay, that's the third section and the last section of my presentation. About 40% of our overall global sales comes from products which offer sustainability benefits. And we're leading the industry on this. We intend to increase that further. We have about 3,000 scientists who work with us, and we put them on developing innovative solutions which are sustainable across and improve our continuous endeavor towards people, planet, and paints. We're the first company around the globe to remove lead components. Yes, that is some time back now, but we were to do it. We are very proud of it. We pioneering products with recycled content. So recently in the United Kingdom, we've launched a recycled paint. I've already talked about a recycled pack. And then we are proactively removing all kinds of hazardous substances that are there, immaterial the legislation in the countries promote it or not. So we are trying and going ahead and working with governments and getting the legislations up. And so some of the third parties who recognize all of these are Sustainalytics, MSCI, FTSE, and EcoVadis. These are the global leaders who do checks on where you stand. And so with all of them, we've been in the top 10 percentile across over the years, and we intend to remain there. What is it that we really do? And what is it that drives innovation and collaboration for us? Sustainable solution, as I said, that's the key that we're working on. Zero emission coatings is another thing that's very core to our heart. So whatever we offer our customers, they should have minimal emission in it. They should work into a transition into a circular economy. So as I said, reusability is extremely important. Anything that's a material of concern, any heavy metals or any concern to the environment, we intend to phase that out. And as I said, renewability and recyclability is extremely critical to us. Some of the examples of technologies by doing all of this have come forward, and these are some of them are very popular in India, and we're very proud to have brought them forward. So the most popular one for us is called the Sun Reflect. Now, the Sun Reflect technology came into being in the mid 1990s. In India, we introduced it in around 2010. It reduces the indoor temperature by up to 10%. So if the temperature reduces by up to 5 degrees Celsius, the in turn energy consumption reduces by up to 10%. So if your air conditioning has been running for the whole day and you get an X bill, if a 10% reduction in that can be done, that's a material benefit to the customer. Not just to the customer, it's also to the overall society, because the power generation need becomes lesser. And so if it is renewable energy, that's very good, but all of us understand that in India, that's something that we're proceeding towards, but we're not there. So coal generation is something that we can help produce. And so that's something that we're trying to do with one of our coatings. Another one is something that keeps the interiors clean as well as resists bacteria. So as Mr. Onikrishnan said, that these are some of the examples that paints do. So I'm talking about that now. But that's something that's a part of our part 3. And I'm reminding you that people first, then planet, and then paints. But through paints, we're trying to keep homes cleaner because they're extremely washable coatings, so that people don't have to paint it again and again. And the life cycle return that they get out of a coating goes much higher. And by offering a healthy paint which resists bacteria, we're trying to clean up the environment as well as we can. unfortunately. As of now, there's nothing for COVID, but then that's as I'm sure the industry moves forward, we will have something coming to us. On other examples, we are also protecting Asia's largest offshore wind farm. So this is a facility that's there in China, and so they are 70 turbines, and they produce in excess of 900 million kilowatts of electricity a year. So we partner with them, and we, as I said, with windmills, we're the leaders on the coating on that. With shipping, we virtually work with all the cruise operators around the world, as well as container manufacturers. So with a couple of manufacturers, we've worked with them, and we've gotten into marine coatings, which can reduce the friction that is caused because of water. So if there is lesser friction, there is smoother sailing on the water, and which reduces the fuel as well as the CO2 emissions around our oceans. And then, as I said, more coatings, more innovations, increasing the light, as well as, again, lowering the temperatures. So these are some things that keep coming forward because of the innovations that we do. And then finally, it's the aerospace. So if you've traveled in an Airbus, and I'm sure most of you have, it's coated by us. And so something that we keep working on them, and we keep developing with them, again, is to reduce the friction due to air, and that improves the overall time and efficiency that it takes to go through the air. And I was talking about the last one, which is our recycled paint, which we had offered in UK. So we partnered with a company called Veolia. Veolia is into reverse logistics. They're picking up waste paint for us, bringing it back to our plants. We're processing them, and we're giving it again to our customers. So the circular economy that I was talking about. So those become extremely important. So as I said, and I'm going to summarize it, I wanted to show a video, but video wasn't possible there. But the fact is, just to summarize it, paint is not just paint. It's also about what you can bring to the table, you can do for the people, for the planet, and that's how I add value. So all of this, all of our initiatives, they are recognized externally. We also work with these leading agencies around the world, and World Green Building Council as well as the IGBC, both are critical to our as well as the industry success. And I urge all of you to look at innovations, to look at new materials, and work on as many environment as well as building friendly products as you can. That's what I have. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Varun. Thank you. And it was very interesting to see that you spoke about people, planet, and paint. That was something interesting. And I think it was very evident that the sustainability is not just in the product, but also in the DNA of the organization itself. The way you spoke about the extent to which you move to renewables and waste reduction, water consumption reduction, and so many things. And a very interesting set of products. And you spoke about the pool roofs, and later in the day we have another presentation on an option on the pool roof from the tile industry as well. So this is something which is very interesting and very relevant from the Indian context, which is extremely hot in most parts of the country right through the year. So very interesting. So thank you for that interesting presentation. So from
Thank you so
paint
much.
now, thank you. I'm sure there will be some questions to you coming from the audience, and we'll be happy to take it later. From paint, let's move to something which is more ubiquitous when we look around, which is steel. And to talk about that is someone from a brand which is also quite ubiquitous, which is really Tata Steel. So we have Mr. Sarvesh Kumar. Can we have you start your presentation, Mr. Sarvesh Kumar? Over to you.
Thank you, Uni. Am I audible?
Yeah, you are.
Great. So good afternoon, everyone, and it's a pleasure being here. I want to first thank all CII2 for inviting us here. In these difficult times, we sincerely hope and pray that all of you are safe and are in good health. Now, the words like subject like sustainability, environmental consciousness, green products are not fashionable anymore, but are of utmost importance for the survival of the business. And consumers all across the world have been yearning, have been raising their voice for a green product. We in Tata Steel also have been at the forefront of the industry to develop brands and products which strengthens our cause of a greener future. In fact, the campaign that we did in 2018, We Also Make Tomorrow, beautifully captures the mission of the company. What I'll do the next 15 minutes is to give you a brief insight into steel as a category and how it is 100% recyclable, and what is the effort being made by Tata Steel to lead, to be at the forefront of a truly greener world. So I'm going to share my content. Just let me know if it is visible. Is my content visible?
Yes, sir. I request you to make it full screen.
Okay. Yes, is it visible?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Please go on.
Great, thanks. So coming back to steel, the most recyclable material. Just to give you a glimpse of what steel is. And for the information of everybody, steel is 100% and indefinitely recyclable. There's no quality loss in recycling. And of course, recycling rate varies from product to product. And in the steel industry today, 40% of the input, which goes into making a final product, is those recycled steel. If you have to look at the various products and usages and how recycled they are. So vehicles, for example, 20 years lifespan, and 95% of that can be recycled. Industrial equipment, 50 years lifespan, 97% could be recycled. Structural, 95%. Reinforced bars, 50%. So here we are looking at a category which is extremely recyclable, and something which is green material, if you can use that word. Now, for 1 ton of steel which is recycled, we save almost 1.37 tons of iron ore, 0.6 tons of coking coal, 0.3 tons of fluxes, 16 to 17% less energy is used, 40% less water is used, and 58% less emission of greenhouse gas. Now, Tata Steel recycles 100% of internally generated scrap and plans to start using external scrap as well, which I'll show you and I'll talk about you in the subsequent slides. Yeah, sorry, I was not able to. So this is a glimpse of, Tata Steel through its various brands and products have been trying to further the cause of sustainability. But internally also, within itself also, it has been doing a lot of pioneering work as far as the afforestation is concerned. Some of the mines that we acquired, they are more greener today than when we had acquired them. They're doing a pioneering work for reducing CO2 emission. In fact, over the last 8-10 years, we have reduced CO2 emission in our Kalinganagar plant by almost 17%, and at our Jamshedpur plant by almost 27%. So a lot of effort, work is happening at the back end. Now, if you look at the consumer-facing end, where are some of our brands, some of the products come in, our effort here has been primarily on 2 fronts. On one front is that how do we use the resources more efficiently. That would mean that how do we increase the life of the product? Second effort, second lever is that how do we decrease the usage of product by producing better quality steel, high grade steel. First example of our product is Tata Tiscon, the brand which is associated with this program. As we all know, quite a significant part of India falls into seismic zones. And if you see the map, those red marks are where the intensity of the earthquake impact can be quite significant. Tata Tiscon is a product which provides 10% more load-bearing capacity. It has 15% more tensile strength. It has 60% more ductile strength, ductility, and all this without sacrificing the strength of the product. Another way where we are trying to reduce the wastage at the construction site is by creating those what we call these stirrups. Now we have gone one step further. We are trying to coat these stirrups with a material called graphene. Now graphene is a plant-based natural polymer which provides a barrier coating to these rods that you see on the picture, and therefore increases the life of the building. Tata Pravesh is another product which is something which is picking up very, very fast. Now, Tata Pravesh is our offering of steel doors that we are giving for the consumers in the country. Now, the best part about these green doors are that it looks exactly like wood. It is fire resistant. It has got unmatched strength. It is termite proof. And more than that, every 2 Pravesh door saves a tree. And this product has been certified as a GreenPro product. Not only that, we are looking at a nesting solution. Nesting is a prefabricated steel buildings that we are into, and which consumes 85% less water. It uses less clay bricks. It is completely recycled. And most importantly, in the current times, the construction of it can be done by maintaining social distancing. Now, we are living in COVID times. On the right-hand side, you see a picture of a COVID facility created at Kasargod. Now, they have been done by Tata Steel, and this was done in 25 days sharp. Right from clearing the soil to having the structure created. And this structure hosts COVID patients today. We have 2 other products called Tata Wiron and Tata Structure. Now, Tata Wiron is, as the name suggests, these are wire solutions. These 2 products are also GreenPro certified. In fact, they have been GreenPro certified for manufacturing, and Tata Structure has been GreenPro certified for the product also, Tata Structure. Now, as far as Tata Wiron is concerned, we have patented organic coating on Tata Wiron, which provides extra protection, extra corrosive protection, and then therefore increases the life of the product. Coming to Tata Structure. Tata Structure is again a product which has 2 benefits. One is that because of the higher grade of material that is used, the quantity of steel used is minimized. Also, the structure, the manufacturing process of the product is very, very sustainable, and it has been certified as GreenPro. More than that, we are actually also dabbling into new products called graphene coated tubes. Now, these graphene coated tubes would be again normal tubes which is coated with graphene, which is produced in-house within Tata Steel. to prolong the life of the product. We're also venturing into textured tubes. Now, what are these textured tubes? Textured tubes is something like Pravesh doors. These are tubes which are used for fencing on the roof, but the whole look and feel would be completely like wood. Because some of the areas, some of the requirements of the consumers would be to create structure which has a wood kind of finish. And our effort with textured tubes is in this direction. I talked about scrap. I talked about that if we increasingly use scrap for our steel making processes, just to give you information, 40%, 60% of the steel which is produced in the world is from the blast furnace use, which goes from the iron ore route. Now here we are looking at how do we aggregate, how do we pioneer steel manufacturing from a not pioneer but tend to lead steel manufacturing from a scrap route, which would have 63% less carbon emission, it would have 68% less primary energy consumption, and it would have 58% less resource conservation. Tata Steel is setting up a plant, is already set up a plant, whole in Rohtak in Haryana. The effort would be to help gather scrap, which is, scrap is a very unorganized market. Whole effort would be to enable a very organized way of collection of scrap, to process these scrap into a plant that we have set up in Rohtak, to shred it and bale it, and to further sell it to electric arc furnace manufacturers. The whole effort, and further down the line, the effort is for Tata Steel itself to set up a EAF kind of furnace, which would consume the processed scrap which comes out from our own facility. Going forward, we intend to have 4 such facilities across the country, which would enable all of us to have a way to dispose of the scrap and to see that the scraps that is generated is more efficiently used. This effort which Tata Steel has been at the forefront of has culminated into a number of recognition that you see on the screen today. 2014, we got CII ITC Sustainability Awards for Business of the Year. 2017, we got GreenPro Platinum rating, first integrated steel. We are the first integrated steel plant to receive it. 2017-18, we were recognized by World Steel Association for the steel sustainability champions. 2018, GreenPro certification was awarded to 3 of our brands which I've spoken about: Pravesh, Tata Pipes, Tata Structura. And 2018 again, CII ITC we got the CII ITC Biodiversity Excellence Award. As we said, the whole effort of the company is to create a sustainable future for all of us. And what we have just showed you on the screen is just bits or pieces of what we actually into. There's a very long drawn again and a very exhaustive plan which Tata Steel would pioneer, would lead in days ahead to make the whole world and to make India a more sustainable place to live in. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sarvesh. Interesting presentation. Tata Steel, I think, started over 100 years back in Jamshedpur, and it's really interesting to see the kind of development that has happened in steel making, and the kind of the composition has changed, which has really helped to increase the longevity of the product in its application, and thereby helping sustainability on one hand. Second, I think very interesting thing that I noticed from your presentation is what you did in Kasaragod during the COVID time, which is a fantastic example of really taking the construction away from the site and doing a prefab, which probably is one of the best ways to ensure not just quality but also reduce the wastage that happens in the construction. So very good examples that we could see today. So thank you, Sarvesh, once again. So now there are a couple of questions for you, but we will take it up towards the end. Now, I think from steel, let's move to something which always goes with steel, which is cement. And normally one would wonder what is, what are there to really know about cement. But I think this is a category which is otherwise seen as a mere commodity, but which has seen enormous amount of innovation in terms of the variety of products that can be adapted to the application and the type of construction, where you're constructing, all that. I think this is one category which has seen a lot of innovation. It's also helped in terms of, therefore, reduced consumption of water, the speed of construction, and so many things which have happened in this field. So to take us through in terms of what are the innovations happening in the field of cement, we have two speakers from JSW. We have Ms. Lopamudra Sengupta and Trivikram Shenvi. So over to you, Lopamudra.
Thank you, sir. So I would like to share the content.
Ma'am, you're the presenter, so you can share the content now.
Yeah. Just one sec, sir. I'll share the content. Yeah. So I hope my screen is visible.
It's loading.
Not yet.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, it's got. You may want to put it in the slideshow, please.
It's a little bit slow. Okay. Myself, I'm Lopamudra Sengupta, and with me is our Mr. Trivikram Shenvi. So we are from JSW Cement, and we are very happy to be here in the GreenPro Summit, Sustainable Products and Material for Green Building, Sustainable Cement for Construction. So we'll just briefly take you through JSW and its group. JSW Group, the vision, the mission, and core values is being positive, mission supporting India's growth, transforming lives we touch, and core values are confidence, collaboration, commitment, compassion, courage, and everything has to be done in a green manner. So just to talk about the group, JSW Steel, we are having a capacity of 18 million ton. JSW Energy, we are one of the largest, 4531 megawatt. The cement capacity is now more than 14 million ton per annum. And we are also into infrastructure business with seaports and terminals. We have also started now our paints operation in Vasind and Vijayanagar. So our contribution to India's progress, as you can see, we have a lot of focus on childhood education, and then and sports is a key business of ours. So Delhi Capital is something which we are very much associated with, and we are also training athletes for Olympics. Unfortunate part is this time it could not be conducted. It is being postponed, but our aim is to get 5 gold medals for India. We do a lot of work in construction, and our aim is to produce, sustainable product, which we will cover slowly. And briefly to talk about cement, we have our main mother unit in Nandial, which is a 4.8 million ton. Nagar is 3.6 billion ton. Jajpur, we have one unit of 1.2 million ton. Salboni is 2.4 million ton. Dolvi expansion is planned at 4 million ton, currently work in progress. And Vijayanagar is expansion planned. It is 3.2 million ton to 5.2 million ton. We also have a clinkerization unit in Fujairah, which is in UAE, which is having a capacity of 1 million ton. Plus, we have taken over one unit of Shiva Cement in Orissa, which we are making as a clinkerization unit. So just to talk about the green products of JSW, so we have got Portland slag cement, our concrete HD, our GGBS. So these all the products what you can see here, JSW Comsem, OPC, not OPC, but screen slag. So what you can see here, we were the first cement company in 2016 to get the GreenPro certification from CII IGBC. So that has been, this is a very, very prestigious award from us. And as you can see, all our cement plants and all our products are all GreenPro certified. Not only that, we are also having Environment Product Declaration, the first cement company of India, which is having the lowest CO2 emission. And 2019, we have got this certification, EPD Environment Product Declaration. Validity is there. You can see here, and our cement and GGBS both are having EPD declaration. So cement at a glance, we were asked to cover about cement, why cement, and what is green cement. So this is the largest manufactured product on earth by mass. Largest thing which is consumed by human being is water, and the second largest thing which is consumed is concrete. And 5 to 6% of all carbon dioxide greenhouse gases generated by human activities is coming out from cement production. So the development will definitely be there, but the development has to be sustainable. It cannot happen that we go on digging all kind of mineral resources from earth and we go on emitting carbon dioxide and make a product which is very, very unfriendly. So that is not the correct thing. Corruption of natural resource, limestone, and consumption of natural resource, water, coal, furnace oil, doing pollution, releasing nitric oxide and carbon monoxide, carbon dioxide, sulfates, and particulate matter. So these are associated with any industrial activity, especially cement. So this is something which we are totally, like we look into manufacture of a product which is totally green, totally environment friendly, and which is having a footprint which is very, very, green in nature. Just one sec, I'll change the slides. Just 1 second. Just change that alignment so it does. So what are the products? What are the products we have? We are having PSC and we are having GGBS. So what are the products we are having? How they are green? So the limitation of the product being green is to utilization of natural resources. So the more calcium oxide we take out from Earth's crust is an activity.
Sorry to interrupt. Not sure your slide has changed.
No, I know it has not changed. I'm just talking about the next slide. So the carbon dioxide which we make, the calcium oxide which we release is something which is very, very detrimental towards our, just remember, why it is not changing. नहीं वो सब मत करो, इधर ही होगा. Yeah. So way to development of sustainable cement for construction, increase of low CO2 supplements, like we were telling, we need to take out a cement which is having low carbon footprint. More efficient use of cement in mortars and concrete. We have to design with a perfect mix design. Use of high grade cement to reduce concrete quantity for structure. So as and when the grades of concrete increases, the cement consumption also increases. So we need to use more high grade cement and more stronger cement, which are having both long-term strength and short-term strength to make structures which are lean and thin. We should have energy efficient plant, water conservation, fuel consumption, research and development we need to do, and usage of alternate raw material is something we need to work. Along with that, there are certain new products which we have developed, which I will talk about briefly. So like I was telling, utilization of slag and other byproducts to minimize burden on landfill, reduction of pollution, reduced virgin material usage like calcium oxide, reduced fossil fuel usage like coal, and reduction of greenhouse gas emission is something which we need to look. So energy saving, carbon resource conservation, and we also need to reduce the carbon footprint. So a little brief slide we will just take you through. 1 kilo of clinker production involves production of 960 kg of carbon dioxide. So if we are only making cement which are ordinary Portland cement, they are going to emit 930 kg per ton of every ton of cement which is being produced. However, the products of blast furnace slags are environment friendly and are having equally good products as in line with clinker, because it is basically lime that is used to charge a blast furnace, and GGBS has got ground granulated blast furnace slag, which is coming out of the steel plant, rapidly quenched in air, and then ground into fine particles in line with IS 16417, has got a CO2 emission of 52 kilo per ton. Fly ash is also very, very less. However, you can see if somebody is using GGBS, the percentage of replacement through slag is much higher. IS code allows replacement up to 70%. However, if somebody is using fly ash, they can only replace the clinker content up to 35%. So there is a lot of reduction of carbon dioxide. So environmental impact from the manufacture of 1 ton of product, we have briefly shown you here. So this presentation will be available because time is short. I will briefly just go through. So climate change, energy use, mineral extraction, waste disposal, and eco-point score. You can see cement, GGBS, and fly ash. So slag-based products are most environmental friendly, which you can see here. Environment effects for 1 ton of concrete: impact, carbon dioxide, primary energy use, and mineral extraction. All said and done, any concrete which is made with 50% slag-based product, be it in form of PSC, Portland slag cement, or GGBS, is going to have minimum CO2 emission and reduction of primary energy usage and mineral extraction reduction also. Embodied CO2 reduction, slag-based concrete, we have just taken a basic concrete which is being used in primary constructions like M30 concrete. So you see, as and when we replace more and more clinker part with slag, GGBS, which is up to 70%, the carbon dioxide, embodied carbon dioxide per cubic meter of concrete reduces. Only utilization of OPC will have 370 kg CO2 per cubic meter of concrete. But however, if we use something with 50% GGBS, it will have 209 units, and 70% it will be 139 units. So we can see here, we'll just quickly take you through this slide. GGBS consumption, slag-based product consumption timeline we have plotted over 5 years. We can see how the things have matured here. You can see it for yourself. Just turn it. So we can see 62.85 million cubic meter concrete produced with GGBS in 5 years, replaced OPC cement by 5.97 million metric ton, reduction in CO2 emission by 5.2 million metric ton, conserved limestone reserves by 8.36 million metric ton, and we have saved 10.37 million metric ton mass from landfill dumps. So you can see for yourself how important the product is. So we will just briefly talk about the sustainable parameters. Very, very important, because quarrying has got, like a lot of harmful side effects. Minimization of dust, noise, flying rocks, and ground vibration is something which we have to look into. 100% topsoil is used for horticulture and green belt development when we are utilizing a product which is green. Partial replacement, 20% of HSD with used oil in blasting, roadside sprinklers, consistent reduction in explosives, the quality of plant feed material improvement, and rainwater harvesting in mining area is something which we are working into. Utilization of raw material is something which we have worked upon to make our product green, and we have got the rating on basis of that. 45% chemical gypsum used in cement manufacturing, 45% pet coke used in pyro processing, 100% replacement of iron ore with flue dust, and 100% PPF used as a substitute for HSD, clean light up, which you can see here. So how the things have reduced? Limestone conservation has dropped down by 66% over a period of from 2012-13 to 2018-19. Coal consumption has reduced 74%, same period of time. Gypsum consumption has reduced by 61% and laterite consumption by 67%. Energy efficiency has also reduced, but the consumption of energy has gone down by 3.4%, which is both specific heat and specific electrical energy. Water efficiency, our units are water positive unit, and our groundwater recharge exceeds our groundwater reduction. So specific water consumption is become 45% lesser, and specify for both process cooling and cementitious material. So CO2 reductions, the most important slide, the CO2 reduction has gone down by 33%. So if we are only manufacturing OPC, or we would have been manufacturing PPC, so the CO2 emissions would be much higher. So CO2 emissions in PSC is lower by 44% and 24% in comparison to OPC and PPC respectively. So I will request my colleague Trivikram Shenvi to come and briefly guide you on the product parameters.
I hope you can finish it in 5 minutes.
Yeah,
we'll try to cover it in 5 minutes. Thank you. So when we talk about sustainable cement, we are taking a step ahead and talking on sustainable construction also, because finally the cement has to make a concrete which is sustainable, and whatever resources have gone into this construction, they remain in use, and the life cycle of the structure is high. So based on the various research and development, it's quite evident that concrete made with slag cement or a combination of OPC and GGBS behaves very superior compared to any other mix like fly ash based concrete or ordinary Portland cement concrete. So these parameters are shown here. As the concrete becomes old, the strength goes on increasing. However, strength is not the only criteria for measuring the performance of concrete. So we are also giving a brief on the performance in durability. So concrete has to be not just strong, but it has to be durable. So when we talk about durability, we find that we have to look into parameters like heat of hydration, the sulfate attack, the chloride attack, and other aspects. So when we talk about the heat of hydration, we find that concrete made with slag cement or GGBS has a lower heat of hydration, which means lower cracking. When we talk about the chloride and permeability, more relevant for coastal areas where there is chloride attack, the concrete made with PSC or a combination of OPC GGBS performs better. So the steel inside the concrete doesn't get corroded easily. There is a better corrosion resistance compared to ordinary Portland cement or a Portland pozzolana cement by more than 1/10 of a factor, which is very clear in this chart. When we talk about very high capital intensive projects like the MTHL, Trans Harbour Ceiling in Mumbai, such prestigious projects specify use of GGBS because it makes the concrete more durable. Some technical parameters have been listed here. A better sulfate resistance, lot of construction which happens along the earlier farmlands has a possibility of sulfate attack, or also along the coastline. Concrete made with slag cement or a combination of OPC GGBS performs better for sulfate resistance. And when we talk about the water penetration, whatever concrete in the foundations which is exposed to a direct contact with water, here also the concrete becomes more resistant to impermeable, and water penetration becomes difficult. Alkali aggregate reaction also, it performs better. So in a nutshell, if you have to talk about the advantages of using a slag cement or a GGBS include lesser cracking, better durability, improved resistance to sulfates, chlorides, acid, fire, and a better concrete performance. So these are the products which Lopa Madam has already introduced. These are some of the prestigious capital intensive projects where our products have been preferred.
So I will now just take last 1 minute to discuss on the R&D initiative which we have taken. We are now planning to make a concrete which is more and more green, in fact, greenest concrete on earth. So we are talking about geopolymer concrete, high volume GGBS concrete, pervious concrete is something else also we have made. And we have made ferro concrete and pavement quality concrete using OPC and GGBS. So the last slide, which is a part of our presentation, green product stewardship is something we would like to say. So we are advocating GreenPro certified products since last 5 years. So we create a lot of awareness among our partners and our influencers and our customers to promote this product. A lot of meetings are there. So we ensure that our product conforms to the standard, and minimum rejection and product take back system is there for recycling if it is required. And we also ensure that the customer gets the best product in this industry, which is green and clean. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lopamutra and Trivikram. Interesting to see you are going ahead with the EPD and so many of those certifications, even if the market is not asking for it or there is no regulatory requirement for that. And not just that, I think you spoke about how the CO2, or the greenhouse gas generation in the manufacturing, how you have significantly brought it down, because that's really heartening. Because IGBC had done a study a few years back on the impact of greenhouse gas emissions from the industry, and specifically cement. They had done a very detailed study, and good to see that you have really implemented many of those initiatives. And also the development in the product, especially the GGBS, which is making it much more durable and things like that. So thank you for that. It's always interesting to see that in a what we have been seeing for decades together and what we think as a commodity kind of a product, there is much more to that than what we see. So thank you for that. So from that, now we move inside the building. So when we go inside the building, one of the challenge that we today face when we talk about construction is really in terms of really the availability of labor, availability of water, availability of sand, and so many other things, which is required for construction. So more and more you see people moving to dry forms of construction. I think that is something which has been prevalent in the Western markets for quite some time, and that's a trend which is also slowly emerging in our country, in India. So to take us through some of those concepts on the dry construction and through certain innovative products, we have today Mr. Rahul Chopra, the CEO of Boards and Panels Division from Everest. Over to you, Rahul.
Thank you very much, Mr. Krishnan. Along with me, I have my colleague Biloy Mahapatra, who will be a co-presenter for this presentation. Pleasure to be here. Pleasure to be sharing our green solutions with you. And I'll just share the presentation. I assume you can all see the presentation now and hear me.
We can. Thank you.
So I will start off and Biloy will take over. So by 2056, population will have increased by over 35%. Global energy consumption would have increased by nearly threefold. Your manufacturing activity will have increased threefold. Globally, the building sector is arguably the most resource-intensive industry. It is estimated that buildings account for more than 40% of the energy consumption over a lifetime. That is a staggering footprint which should be reduced. The footprint can only be reduced by adopting green building concepts, materials, and construction technology. Methods and techniques which are environmentally sound and highly efficient in resource utilization. Sustainable buildings that focus on resource efficiency, increase in occupants' comfort, health, safety, and productivity. Everest provides complete building solutions with dry construction techniques, new age applications, optimizes resource utilization, and takes care of occupants' comfort, safety, health, and productivity. So we have a range of products which range from roofing to false ceiling to a full pre-engineered building, from cladding solutions, half-height partitions, floor of substrates, the floor itself, wall lining made with designer boards, and drywall partition systems. We have a full range of systems. Everest boards and panels have over 35 content of fly ash. Utilize cement paper, kraft paper bags for 5% of its fiber requirements. Salvage approximately 60% of the material into applications that can be salvaged and reused. So there's very little debris creation also. Steel used in applications for structures can be salvaged and 100% recycled and reused. They are installed through dry construction techniques. Saves water, easy and economical material handling, easy to handle the dry waste, very little waste creation and debris creation. It's 4 times faster than conventional systems. Therefore, projects can be completed much faster. Dry construction techniques also allow simultaneously other construction activities to happen for faster completion of products. Our applications are lightweight, they reduce structural costs, reduce impact on the environment. It's an easy material and waste handling is very easy. Takes care of occupants' comfort and protection. They're fire resistant, excellent thermal resistance. You can reduce the U value. Building acoustics are taken care of. Is weatherproof, long and strong and durable. It's termite and insect proof. Effective safe substitute for wood and wood-based products. It's strong and durable and has a high weight to strength ratio. Highly recommended for seismic building designs. These are the various GreenPro certifications we have for our products. Now I'd actually like Beloy to take over. Beloy, will you take over? You'll have to unmute.
Yeah, good afternoon. I'll just take over, but basically all our applications are broadly divided into 2 categories. So you have to operate. Yeah. Those that contribute to improving the building envelope performance. That means the systems which we have from the envelope side. And the second aspect is improving your building interiors efficiencies and all. So as far as the external applications are concerned, we are totally into external wall solutions, external cladding solutions, and we are also into insulated facade systems. Yeah. So these are some of the side products. If you see, our systems and solutions are not confined to the domestic market only. We cater to many prestigious buildings worldwide. So one of them was this prestigious 57-floor building in Kuwait, this Al Hamara Towers. And if you see, the external cladding has been done with our heavy-duty fiber cement board. Again, a project down east in Calcutta. This was the Swiss Hotel project. If you see, the entire external walls has been the cladding on the external walls has been done with our Everest heavy-duty fiber cement board. This is again a 5-star property in Durgapur. This is for the Fortune Hotels. And if you see, the external cladding, just to improve the building envelope performance, has been done with our fiber cement board. This was a typical project for us. It's of Safal from Ahmedabad. If you see, basically, we have created louvers Externally, the louvers has been created with our fiber cement board. The concept there was to allow natural light, and whenever the insulation was required, the louvers can be shut down, and building envelope performance can be enhanced. This is again external cladding solution with our planks. Those are basically, they look like wood, but they are basically cementitious plank. This was one of the prestigious projects again for us. This was a Hotel B of Echo Group in Goa. If you see, the cottages has been built with the fiber cement board. This was a landmark project for us, which we completed about 4 years back. This was a 5-star property built for Novotel in Goa. The entire structure is a steel building structure, and all the cladding and all has been internal dry walls, external cladding, wet area solutions. Everything has been done with Everest fiber cement board. The hotel project has been done under dry construction. Then the second thing, the second application which moves into this building envelope performance is, we use fiber cement board basically as a roof tile substrate or a substrate for the singles. Again, name that particular hotel in Goa. If you see the substrate there for the singles has been placed with, it has been done with Everest fiber cement board. So that not only enhances the acoustic properties of the roofing system, but it adds substantially to cut down the heat transmission from the roof. This was again a project in Surat, where the application is again for the roof tile underlay. This is a third application which we do for the external application. This we call it as a roof sarking thing. Like roof sarking is something where you not only reduce the sounds from the roof, but you provide some sort of an insulation to the overall roofing system. And this particular application has been widely used in most of our modern airports, where the system has gone as a part of the offering into the roofing solution. So this is how the boards are placed in between the sandwich roofing panels along with the installations to get the desired functional parameters. So some of the projects which was done with these applications were Delhi Airport, Calcutta Airport, Hyderabad Airport, and Bhubaneswar Airport. So coming down to the second category of our applications, which is energy efficient interiors. So we have in this category, we have the drywalls and we have the internal linings. So some of the prestigious projects where this drywalls has been done, if you can see, it is in Marriott Kathmandu. This was again for the Aloft Hotel, again a part of the Echo Group. This was the Novotel Shrimps. We showed you a slide which was showing the external walls. So these are all the internal walls and the wet area walls. This was for the Fairfield in Marriott in Surat. Again, the W in Marriott in Goa. This was a very interesting project which we did it in Lonavala. This was for the Machan. This is a hospital project in Mumbai. That's the Reliance Hospital project where the internal walls were done with these boards. This was the Novotel project where our boards were used for the wet area solutions in Aero City. This was the ITC Kohinoor project in Hyderabad, which we just completed with all the internal wet area partition systems with dry construction technique. The thing is the false ceiling. So we have two categories of false ceiling where you can achieve seamless false ceiling as well as the laying grid false ceiling. So this was the Swiss hotel in Calcutta where we want to show that you can use fiber cement board also for flush ceiling. And these are some of the designer false ceilings with our cement wood planks and our art wood series, with which we call it as like they look like wood, but they're basically cementitious spread. You reduce your operating cost, wastage, and energy demand. You save environment, water, and resources. You earn lead points. You optimize strength, building life cycle, occupants' comfort. And we always stick to this initiative that every aspect of our life is a sense vote for the kind of world we want to live in. So it is we who have to change the concept. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Rahul and Eloy. I think that is quite interesting. I think taking cement board to a whole different set of applications, both for the exterior and interior, and really eliminating the need of water and a lot of on-site work, which is quite interesting. So thank you for that. And from that, we move to yet another important category of material connected with. Can I request others to please mute the phone, please? Thank you. Let's move on to yet another important part of the construction world. We see all around us, which is ready-mix concrete, and I think this has really transformed the way construction happens in the country. I think it's really today offering a variety of different concrete products suiting to the specific applications that we have, and something which is really, again, from a sustainable point of view, significantly brought down the amount of wastage, the amount of resources which are used. I think this is one category which has really transformed the way construction is happening in the country. So to take us through more on that, and to tell us even some interesting things like durability enhanced concrete, self-compacting concrete, waterproofing concrete, and so on and so forth, is none other than Mr. Devendra Pandey, Technical Head of RMC from Ultratech Concrete. Over to you, Mr. Pandey.
So thank you, Mr. Unni, and thank you, IGBC CII, for this opportunity. Well, we have been having a very rich session at the moment, and I'm really glad I'm part of it. So as you mentioned, I'm going to basically let me just sort out the sharing part. I think I will share my presentation as you mentioned, and then I will take it from there. First. Yes, can you see my slide now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so yeah, the topic which I'm going to briefly cover is basically some emerging concrete technologies which are very useful for sustainable construction. As the chairman already briefly mentioned, so just to set the, I mean, you already said it while you were kind of introducing me, but ready-mix concrete itself as a technology is a big move towards sustainable construction. And I can't say this with too much force, but the fact remains that still out of all the construction which we do in the country, we are still on the upper side of this slide, which you see the site mix concrete. This is the traditional way with which we have constructed. We had a mixer at the site, try to manually mix various materials, lift that up to the structure and place it manually. So that's the process you see. Vis-a-vis what you see at the bottom of the slide is how we do it in ready-mix concrete. So it is definitely a sustainable, safer, and more durable method to construct. And we should, in all our capacities, wherever we are, we should try and lead this or basically become the promoters of this technology, because it hasn't really, even though the numbers have changed a lot over these years, still we are at the 10-15% conversion rate in the country, while the developed world is at about 60, 70 and 80%. So this is just a general coverage of the various cities in which ready-mix concrete industry operates as in the country. Also, a very broad level glimpse on what goes behind, what is different in ready-mix concrete compared to a traditional method of making concrete. It has higher degree of quality control. It uses IT systems, automated plants, world-class manufacturing processes, and sustainable methods in terms of selection of raw materials as well as design of finished products. So that's the overview of why is it a superior material. Coming to some specific products. Now this is where, so there is this concrete made in ready-mix concrete setup itself is a superior product in terms of doing our construction properly. But the modern concrete technology, modern materials, the availability of specialized materials actually allows today's concrete technologists to be able to provide various performance criterias in concrete, which make it very distinct. And not all solutions are required in every situation. So hence there comes a bouquet of products, and many of these products are actually certified by GreenPro. And I'm sure in times to come, some of these new upcoming products will also start getting covered under GreenPro. So here is a broad level representation of why are these products required. And so on top of this table, what you see is various challenges faced by construction projects, whether it is the challenge of speed, whether it is the challenge of long-term durability, reduction in maintenance cost, savings in design, safety, etc., etc. And these various challenges, on the left side, you see various types of concretes possible. And these challenges and types can be mapped together, and accordingly an efficient and sustainable design specification can be made for the project. So I begin with a product which is basically integrally waterproof concrete. And obviously, I don't need to overstate the problem. Everybody is familiar with the issue of seepages and dampness in as buildings get older. And traditionally, we are used to doing concrete, and over and above the concrete, we are basically used to applying a certain layer of waterproofing material. And oftentimes, these materials, either they have a limited life or due to deficiency in application processes, these materials fail before time, and ultimately the end user is helpless, and he has to experience the repercussions of that failure. So what we have here is a possibility of having a concrete itself which is integrally waterproof. Here are some of the benefits which are very obvious in nature. The technical data, reduction in permeability, some note on cost comparison, but I would rather spend some time in explaining how does it work, how does this material work. So there are these polymers called crystallization polymers, which are basically added in the concrete itself. Now, with a naked eye, to a natural consumer, the concrete may look pretty fine. But if you look at a micro view, then every concrete has micro cracks. And what happens is that these micro cracks become the point of entry for moisture and water vapor over a period of time, and that causes damage to concrete within. These cracks tend to widen over time due to expansion and contraction cycles due to temperature conditions. So here is a crack. Now, when water enters this crack and these crystallization polymers are there in the concrete, what they do is they react with the concrete. There is calcium hydroxide within concrete matrix. They react and they actually form crystals and start closing these cracks. So in one sense, the enemy becomes the friend. So as the water penetrates into the concrete, actually it triggers that reaction, and the concrete has a self-healing kind of a effect. That's the magic about integrally waterproof concrete. Now I come to another one, and this is durability enhanced concrete. And our friends from JSW a little while back, they were actually talking about slag, and it is really appreciated, the contribution they make to the industry by promoting that material. But coming to durability enhancement of concrete, there are various sides, various aspects to durability enhancement. So what you see is the concrete should have longer life for a higher durability of the structure, but it should also have some more things in it. And so it should be able to resist cracking. It should be able to resist water penetration to some extent. And also it should be easy to construct, because in real life, in construction, a lot of times lot of defects are there because of workmanship issues. So here are some of those glimpses you see, that what happens to concrete in case it's not done well. Now, if a concrete is designed to overcome all of these factors together, so long-term corrosion, life of concrete is improved by materials like slag, GGBS, fly ash, used in a proper quantum. Concrete can also be made easier to handle and also more crack resistant. So with all these combinations, with the selection of a right combination of materials, this kind of concrete is produced, which has all those properties which I mentioned a little while back. So the technical specifications are mentioned here: reduction in permeability, reduction in plastic shrinkage cracking, higher early strength so that the concrete is stronger early enough, good flowability, and good cohesive concrete. That's how this concrete pans out in terms of technical properties. Coming to another one, this is possibly the most well-known amongst these special varieties of concrete, and this is called self-compacting concrete. What are the challenges this concrete is trying to resolve? And here is a threefold challenge, very oriented towards sustainability and also we are feeling the pinch in the construction industry even right now with the labor shortage in the industry and projects getting delayed. Also, as I mentioned, workmanship a little while back, ultimately in construction, we are building our buildings, a lot of contribution being made by semi-skilled and unskilled people. So you can only have a certain amount of expectation from them. And this is what sometimes the neglect, etc., can cause. And what this material does is it does not require manual compaction. Human involvement in in compaction and placement is minimized. In a very simple terms, this concrete can flow into the structure on its own, and it also can compacts on its own. So what you see here is a very nice looking concrete, and if you are not in the concrete industry, then to you it may almost not even look like concrete. But this is really self-compacting concrete. As you can see, it's flowing on its own, long distances within the structure, and no need for using any external vibration. And so as a result, reduction in labor, ensuring that the concrete is defect-free, and over and above that, achieving all this with a at very high speed. So another thing what this concrete does allows people to achieve, there are a lot of architects who also like exposed structures. Is it always necessary to plaster the surface of your concrete? Can we not live with the just an exposed concrete? And here is an example of somebody who just embossed some religious mantras and designs onto the surface of the concrete. And the reason he could very easily do this was because self-compacting concrete was used in this, and the surface finish is very good, and absolute perfect compaction. Likewise, high-rise buildings, which you see in metros now, they have a lot of reinforcement inside the columns, and they to ensure that the strength of these columns is achieved properly, they would rather depend on the self-compacting properties of the concrete rather than just the supervision level of somebody who was on the site on that day. This is how the finished surface look like without any manual compaction at all. So absolutely good finish that ensures that the properties of this material is what actually it claims to be. Mumbai monorail used it, and many other structures, and in the scope of this presentation I would not try to even cover those. There's another very efficient material in the concrete realm is lightweight concrete. And where should it get used? We use a lot of fillers in the buildings. We fill under our tiles. We make tile beddings out of sand. On sunken slabs, we fill broken bricks. And these are very hazardous and non-environmental friendly materials to work with. Over and above that, these materials add about 1.6 tons per cubic meter of weight on the structure, an additional dead load on the structure. So if that is replaced by material which is lightweight concrete with a density of about 800 kgs, half of that, it brings a lot of design savings. It uses sustainable materials. Over and above that, it's a very thermally insulating material. So the designer can take benefit of thermal insulation along with lightweight and design the building accordingly. I know I have almost I'm closing in a minute, but just a couple of quick mentions of some more emerging technologies. And this is a concrete made again out of lightweight aggregates. And this material is highly recommendable for blocking the cable ducts in high-rise buildings, because fire is not supposed to travel. I mean, it should be stopped from traveling from floor to floor if the building catches fire. That's the important safety requirements. Building code requires us to close these fire ducts. What you see here is, sorry, not the fire ducts, but cable ducts, and it can be closed using this material, and this material provides for at least 2 hours of fire rating, even up to 4 hours. Another category of concrete, and concrete is a gray material, a strong material, but it can also be beautiful material. And here is a material, here is a concrete landscape. This is called stamped concrete. It is poised to replace a lot of pavers and tiles we have been using. Available with absolutely large number of designs, and an architect's favorite. Lot of other finishes are possible. Added to that, this can also be done in a pervious concrete mode, which basically means that it will allow the water to percolate into the ground, and that makes it a very, very environmental friendly material. Over and above, there is a version in it which can glow in the dark, so we can make our footpaths and all glowing in the dark. Finally, and not ending, it's not a concrete product, but there is a technology available now in the country to measure the strength of concrete by leaving sensors inside the concrete. So we may be switching over to an arena where we can stop breaking all those cubes, creating waste, and instead just use sensors to predict the strength of concrete. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for being a good listener. I end my presentation. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Devendraji. That's quite wonderful. Interesting to see how you've converted certain problems into, or challenges into, wonderful solutions. Whether it's cracking, or whether it's a shortage of labor, or or poor workmanship. I think all that is converted into very interesting solutions. So wonderful to see that. So thank you for your presentation. Very, very interesting. Now we come to the last presentation of our session. We constructed the building, we painted, we built the walls, we did all that. I think now it's time to put the roof, and on the roof, how to make it much more sustainable, much more cooling. I think we have Mr. Sudipta Saha from Prism Johnson, who is going to tell us about the cool roof tiles and the kind of solutions, how it can really help in terms of making the buildings much more cooler, more energy efficient, and help also in terms of the LEED accreditation. Over to you, Mr. Saha.
Thank you. I'm audible, sir?
Yes, you are audible.
Audible. So can I put the present, share content?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Yeah, good afternoon to everybody. I belong to H&R Prism Johnson Limited, India's leading integrated building material company, which is having 3 divisions: Prism Cement, which plant is at Satna; RMC India, now Prism RMC, which is second largest company after Ultratech, after Mr. Devendra Pandey's company; and third is Johnson. H&R Johnson is the oldest tile company in country, but most modern outlook and household name. So this is the most versatile ceramic tile company, and this versatility it's a vision statement, improving lifestyle of our customer by providing innovative products and services. And it comes through our knowledge is the key driver of this initiative. Our R&D division is accredited and recognized by DSIR, Department of Scientific and Industrial Research, Government of India, Ministry of Science and Technology. We are associated with many of R&D centers like CGCRI, CSIR NIST, CSIR AMPRI, CSIR NCL, IIT Bombay, ICD Bombay, Indian Institute of Science Bangalore, as well as Bhabha Atomic Research Center. If you look back the innovations for last 20 years, whatever innovations you have find in ceramic tile industry, you will find our footprint. And our focus on innovations are 2 principles. Definitely one is social responsibility, another is inclusive growth of the society. So I will just touch couple of it, couple of the innovation of Johnson in a single slides. Then I'll go my presentation for cool roof tiles. Radiation shielding tile we have developed in collaboration with CSIR AMPRI. This is a practically replacement of lead sheet for any X-ray radiation center like X-ray clinic or CT scanning clinic, and everywhere wherever X-ray radiations are there. This tile, it's a inert, environment-friendly tile, will be replacing the toxic lead sheet. That's the job. So I will not go in details. This is an innovative product for our end. Second is germ-free tiles. This is the tile which any bacteria deposits on the tile, it will get killed within 24 hours. More than 99% bacteria will get killed. This is based on silver nanotechnology, and this silver nano compound is developed within our company. This is our patented product. In our R&D center, we developed it, and it kills the bacteria immediately. This particular product got very recently Golden Peacock Award for its innovation. Positive tiles is actually addicted to happiness. This also we launched a couple of months back. You know, in atmosphere, when you go to any fountain or any mountain areas or green areas, you will get rejuvenized, because in that area a lot of negative ions are generating, and that negative ions inhaled by our human body, and we in human body in blood, it goes to blood and is accelerate to dissociate a hormone which is called serotonin. So serotonin hormone is a mood changing hormone or pleasure hormone or happiness hormone. That hormone keeps you happy. Similar concept we put in our tile. This tile is continuously releasing negative oxygen ion, and this negative oxygen ion, as you know, that human body is made of 60 trillion of cells, and cells oxidation is the basic reason for human health deterioration. And this negative ion will reduce the oxidation and keep your health better as well as happy. If your cell oxidation not happens, you will be happy. So this is our effort again to the human race. And in like this lockdown period, people who are staying in home for more than 4 months, if the tile at least releases negative ion, people will get positive. That's our focus. This is a tile developed for specifically many areas, industrial application like arms and ammunition center, petrochemical industry, electrical industry, electronic industry, plastic industry, where a lot of static electricity generates. There is no position, there is nothing to dissipate that static electricity, because floor is an insulator. So we taken this concept and the human who is working there, they are the only conductor. So all the static charge comes to the human body, and human body become fireball. So no way to dissipate it. So we developed this anti-static tile, which dissipates, conductive in nature, and dissipating all the electrical charge out of the room. This is also our patented product, and this is available in market. All the products are available in market, definitely. As I mentioned initially, the tile we developed for inclusive growth of the society. This tactile is one of them. This is assisting visually impaired people how to guide their pathways, in which way, in their language, and enhancing sense of freedom and dignity to visually impaired people. So that's our challenge, and we taken this challenge, and many application areas, railway stations, you will find these tiles are laying and helping some of the visually impaired people. If possible, I do not know if you can see this video, if it is still able to understand. This is our tile guiding visually impaired people to its own direction. This is for movement. The bits for stopping. I think it is audible as well as video also visible. I do not know. Mr. Unikishan, was it visible?
The video was visible. Audio probably wasn't, but the video itself was conveying the message.
Yeah. So that's the purpose of my presentation. Now I am going to my presentation, innovative tiles for energy efficient roof. See, before going to the presentation, we should know the definition of albedo. Albedo is a Latin word which means whiteness, and it's a proportion of incident radiation versus the reflectance radiation to the reflected radiation reflected by the proper reflector is 1 and proper observer is 0. But albedo, earlier the albedo was the definition for reflectance, as Pent Actonabel also told that reflectance, more reflectance. But basically, reflectance is not the only criteria for cool roof. It also conducting emittance. So both the criteria is parallel and both the criteria are important. So SRI concept come into the picture, and a US Green Building Council defined this particular one in a proper sense. Now we should know what is urban heat island effect. In our urban areas, 60% of the urban surface is covered by pavements and roof, and all are concrete. But sorry to say, concrete is having SRI value is not more than 0.35, 0.36. So it increases the adjacent area temperature by 4 to 7 degrees during the summer season in comparison to adjacent vegetated lands. So it is very important to mitigate this one, at least pavements and roof. So the concept of solar reflectance index is it depends on two things, reflectance and emissivity, right? SRI is a measure of how solar roof is radiated by solar heat. In Energy Council determined that standard black is emittance value 0.9 and reflectance value 0.05, which considered as 0. And standard white, reflectance 0.8, emittance 0.9, considered as 100. And if you formula of SRI, if you look into it, T black minus T surface, T black minus T white. T means temperature risen in black like 50 degrees centigrade, and temperature risen what the surface you want to measure divided by black and white. By the definition itself, it can be less than 0 or more than 100 is possible. So that one myth that how SRI can be more than 100, it should be 100. Always ratio always in our mind that it cannot be more than 100 if the surface temperature is increasing is less than 8 degrees centigrade. You immediately imagine that it will go minus. Similarly, opposite way also it is true. So one myth I believe I could resist from you, that is SRI value is below 0 or more than 100 is possible. And we developed cool roof tiles presented by H&R Johnson. Johnson Endura is the brand. where reduce surface temperature by 8 to 10 degrees centigrade, reduces cooling and saves electricity. Solar reflective index, reflection index is more than 90, reduces conduction heat into the building. So many positive points are there in that. And if you compare the normal ordinary roof and our roof, it's a reflectance is 75%, emittance is 90%, and whereas reflectance 10 and emittance 70. So you can imagine the 10-degree temperature on the surface is not a big job. And it's a very simple. It's a mechanism. I'll not go into details as it's mentioned earlier. Inside temperature due to conduction, outside is though it is 8 to 10, but inside will be not more than 5 to 7, 8 degrees centigrade. And it is developed a special glaze top coating, which is aluminum silicate base and zirconium silicate and zinc oxide embedded into it in a proper ratio in a nano size particles, and it increases the reflectance index more than 90. What is the benefit of Endura? Reduce surface temperature by 8 to 10 degree, improve indoor comfort, reduce cooling requirement and save electricity, reduce conduction of heat into the building, heat island effect, global warming, as well as depletion of ozone layer it reduces. Fundamental plus point is improve waterproofing of the life of the rooftop, because this Endura cool roof tile is 100% vitrified tiles. So if you properly bed for waterproofing, then you laid the Endura tile, its waterproofing life is much more. As on today, it's the biggest problem, as Mr. Devendra Padre mentioned in Ultratech during his presentation. Cracks on the concrete is inevitable with time if the tiles are laying, and that too vitrified tiles. Life of the concrete, life of the waterproofing has increased, and is as this particular tile high strength, not like only thin wall or anything. Well, tile, it's a high strength tile, so you can use the space in different purpose. If you see the lot of waterproofing surface, this is a certificate for it. And this particular tiles is certified by GreenPro as well as GreenPro. Tiles, as you know, it's a super brand. It's a household name. Last 60, 70, 65 years, we are in market. Number one tile company for many years, and first tile company in country. Trusted brand and corporate social responsibility award. It's a well-known to Indian industry. Best brand award, GreenPro award, and very recently we have received, as I mentioned, is a Golden Peacock award for antibacterial tile for its innovation. So this is the versatile ceramic tile company, Versatile Johnson. You can reach to me with this telephone number because time is very short. And I just want to put one more presentation because time.
Mr. Saha, I think we have already exceeded the time, so I will probably request you to. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Saha, for the wonderful presentation. I think one very good thought that you presented in the initial part, and second, I think really the cool roof tiles bringing down the temperature by 8 degrees is a significant savings in terms of energy, and more than that, the comfort for the people. I think that's a exceptional one, and continue to provide more positive energy into the buildings through wonderful products that you are making. So thank you. With that, I think all the presentations are over. I'm just taking maybe 2-3 minutes for a few questions. So the first question is to you, Mr. Varun. Can interior paints have antibacterial property, and how is this achieved?
Thank you so much for the question, Mr. Unikrishan.
Yeah.
I know we're running short on time, so I'll try and keep it as short as I can. So yes, I mentioned in my presentation that paints can have antibacterial properties. This is possible, as a couple of other panel members have mentioned. It could be because of active silver ion. It could be because of zinc. We have various products where we add this, and they basically have a process of chelation, because of which the ingredient active. So if the bacteria comes and settles there, the active ingredients will come and try and neutralize the infection. So yes, antibacterial properties do exist. We are trying to work on some antiviral as well, but let's see how the development goes.
Can I
Thank you.
reply in this particular
Thank you.
one? Because this particular compound, silver nano compound, is developed by us, and we taken the patent in house. And our material, we are supplying Asian paints for their antibacterial activity. That's different. But just as a mechanism, what Mr. Barun was speaking, it's a nano silver inside the paint or any surface. It in moisture, it leaches out on the top surface and attacks the protoplasm of the bacteria and kills the bacteria itself. Because if you attack the protoplasm, means protein of the bacteria, and bacteria cell get punctured. So just bacteria get killed. So silver nano having that particular one, and it works in little moisture, because in moisture it leaches surface of the paint or tile. We have antibacterial tile or a germ-free tiles. Same theory.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Saha. Thank you, Varun, for the answer. And the next questions are, I think there are 3 questions for Mr. Sarvesh. I would try and combine all the 3. One is, does recycling reduce the strength and durability of steel? Second, how does steel compare with plastic in terms of sustainability? And the third is, you presented about the Tata structure. Can it be used for load-bearing structures? These are the 3 questions. So, Mr. Sarvesh, if you are around, if you can answer.
Yeah. So, first question, can you just repeat the first one again, Mr. Omi?
Does recycling reduce the strength and durability of steel?
Correct. So, first is recycling does not have any impact on the strength of the steel. So, in fact, as I was speaking, in the developed countries, the recycled steels are more used, and we all in the developing countries also going slowly moving towards recycled steel. That is number one. Number 2 is what the strength of steel vis-a-vis plastic. Was it the question?
Yeah, compared to plastic, which is better in terms of sustainability, steel or plastic?
Well, sustainability. See, I will not comment on the plastic part of it, but as I had showed you in my slides, steel is 100% recycled. And I also had mentioned across the various products that how steel is recycled across various products that I showed in my chart. So 100% recycled.
Yeah.
And third was Structura.
Yeah.
So Structura is used primarily for lightweight load-bearing usage. For example, if you see on the airports, 10 to 12 airports of the country have Structura on which the color-coded sheets have been put. So the structure that you see from inside are what is Structura, and it is covered by those color-coated sheets as a roofing solution.
Thank you, Mr. Sarvesh. The next question is to Ms. Lopamudra. Is geopolymer concrete better and sustainable than OPC?
Geopolymer concrete is something which has got zero cement content in it. It is having slag, it is having fly ash, it is having activators and admixtures. As compared to OPC based concrete, which is having clinker, basically cement, and it is having clinker and gypsum, and it is having other aggregates and sand and water, etc. So geopolymer concrete and how OPC concrete differs, geopolymer concrete has got zero cement, zero. It is made out of recycled waste materials like slag and fly ash.
Right. Thank you, Lopamudra, on that. The last question is to Mr. Saha. I know the answer must be quite obvious, but what should be the preferred on a home roof, SRI tiles or high SRI coating on roof?
If your waterproofing is perfectly all right and you don't require additional waterproofing on the roof, so it is better to keep a high strength, because it is a scratch proof, it is a fireproof, it is additional benefit of waterproofing. Yeah, anything painting and coating, it will be ultimately in wall it is okay, but on the roof where you work and you can use the space. So it's better to have some tiles. Though it is obvious in that way, no. Paint, if the roof is not usable by foot or any purpose, can be painted. But life of the tile is much more, definitely.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Saha. That was a very practical answer considering all the factors. So thank you for that. And I think we had a very interesting past 2 hours of presentations from all the speakers. Many new ideas, new concepts, and product innovations were presented. I'm sure this is only the beginning, and I'm sure the people in the ecosystem, in the construction space, whether it's designers, architects, consultants, construction companies, engineers, everyone, a lot more interaction with the product and the solution companies can really benefit both sides. One, in terms of generating more innovation, Mr. Pandey spoke about some of the challenges and how the challenges could be converted to eventual solutions. I think a lot of innovation can come with that kind of interaction. So I'm sure this is the beginning of that kind of an interaction, and very heartening to see that many of these products are really GreenPro certified, and that's something which is really a mark of sustainability. So with that, we will conclude. I once again would like to thank all the speakers today, Mr. Vikram Chabra, Mr. Sarvesh Kumar, Ms. Lopamudra Sengupta, Trivikram Shenvi, Mr. Rahul Chopra, Mr. Biloy Mahobatra, Mr. Devendra Pandey, and Mr. Sudita Saha. Thank you very much for being wonderful speakers today. Thank you, and thank you everyone from the audience. And I'm sure you have got to stay back for the next session, right?
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Unnikrishnan, your excellent conductance of the meeting. So
thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks.
Thank you, Uni sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, CII, IGBC. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you all the speakers for joining us for this session today. We would also like to thank all the supporters again who have contributed to this session. We will be beginning our next session in another 5 minutes. So we request all the participants to come back using the same link here within 5 minutes. Or you can just stay continued here without disconnecting. Yeah.
Hello. Hi.
Good afternoon, sir. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. How are you?
Yes, we start the session in 5 minutes.
Sure. All the speakers are there already?
Yes, sir. We are just getting in touch with all the speakers. The initial 2 speakers are here already. Yeah.
Good.
So, sir, first we'll be introducing you, and you can take this. Yeah.
And for decades to come.
Along with initially in your address, you are also displaying the slides which you have already got the GreenPro certification for innovation. You're displaying those 3.
Sir, we are not displaying. Yeah. Sure, sir.
You are doing that?
Shall we display after introducing you, sir?
Yeah, after introducing, I'll give an address, and when the address you can display.
Unique, forward-thinking, and inherently sustainable, our next emerging consumer brand is IQBIX. I want to thank Economic Dash for recognizing IQBIX as an emerging consumer brand of the year. Today, IQBIX is already designer and manufacturer of largest number of green certified model of furniture and interior systems in India. Our products are designed and made right here in India and getting recognition worldwide for their innovation and out-of-box design. In fact, they get to place a big amount of products imported from China and other countries. These products can bring down the time of execution of interiors like offices, hospitals, transport hubs, institutions, hotels, and even residences from many months to just a few days, and with minimum human resources on site. Imagine a world without color. How would you express yourself? Tell your story. Color is all around us. It's used to brighten things up and make them beautiful. You can paint a fresh start, to forget the past, or to preserve it. You paint to color and to protect. And when you paint, chances are you'll run into us. Because we've been setting the standard in colour and protection for more than 200 years. We're right there when you need us. Whether you're painting a single wall, coating a complete building, or transforming an entire city. Our products also keep transport moving and the wheels of industry turning. We even protect the things you hold in your hand. And we do it because we believe in the power of paint. It can energize communities and transform people's lives. That's why we use our expertise to inspire designers and architects and to help them shape the world that we live in. And if you think it's just paint, think again. Our products can clean the air, reduce fuel consumption, withstand extreme temperatures, even cope with the conditions on Mars. Now we're going even further. We're working with visionaries across the globe to accelerate our innovation, all because we want to make a difference, big and small. How do we describe ourselves? Well, we like to say we've got a passion for paint. It's been part of our story since 1792. How will we be part of your story?
Sir, if you are ready, we can begin.
Yeah, I'm ready. I'm ready.
Yes, sir. So as recommended by you, sir, we'll be displaying the slides after all the 9 companies which are GreenPro certified in under innovation, and 2 of those companies are here with us today. Yeah.
Right. I will tell you during the end of my address,
Sure,
and then you can do that.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay. A very good afternoon to all the participants who have joined us for the GreenPro Summit today. Our next session would be on innovative products and technologies for enhancing the performance of green buildings. Before we begin our presentation, before we begin our session, I would like to thank all the supporters who have made this event possible, especially AkzoNobel, JSW Cement, Tata Tiscon, Nippon Paint, and iCubix. A very warm welcome to all the supporters, all the speakers, and the participants. Welcome, sir. And so I would like to first welcome our session chair, Mr. Juzer Kothari, who is the Managing Director of Conserve Consultants Private Limited. He's the Managing Director of Conserve Consultants with 30 years of experience in the field of energy, green certifications, sustainability, and circular economy. He is a graduate from IIT Kharagpur. He is a distinguished IGBC fellow and a lead fellow, and also a certified energy auditor and manager from BEE, Ministry of Energy, India. He is the judge of CII Energy Efficiency Summit for the building sector for the last 10 years. Mr. Kothari is also trained the trainers faculty at NREL, Department of Energy, USA, for their energy simulation software, and is also a certified trainer for Griha certification program. His passion towards energy, environment, and resource management has led him to be the part of many iconic sustainable projects in India and abroad, such as Mumbai International Airport, Control S data centers, Dr. Reddy's Laboratory, MGM Healthcare, World Trade Center, etc. He has been involved in more than 300 projects both in India and abroad. It's an honor and pleasure to have you on board here, sir. We would request you to give your opening remarks and continue.
Thank you, GreenPro and CII for giving us all an opportunity to come and be a part of this wonderful summit. So thanks a lot. This being one of the last sessions of this entire summit and exposition, I'm very happy that the sweetest dish is the last, and therefore innovation is coming at the end, which is most sweetest in present day world, in any world for that matter. We always say that the only constant in life is change. We have heard this statement many a times, and what brings this change? It's innovation. So it would be not wrong to say that the only constant in life is innovation. And I am so happy to facilitate this session on innovation. We have 5 very eminent speakers talking on a variety of subjects, ranging from fuels to furniture and from water to waste. All speakers have published papers on the subject, and some of them have even applied for patents. So I am really looking forward to a 1.5 hours of some very innovative learning. I'll just take 5 minutes to touch upon 2 points. Being at the GreenPro Summit, we are all aware of the Green Product Certification Program. GreenPro certifies a variety of products and technology on their sustainable performance metrics. The GreenPro team has adopted what we call a life cycle approach framework towards this certification process. This framework is well accepted globally. This framework covers right from raw material of a product to its end of life or to its recycled state. The framework, as most of us know, is divided into 8 modules of compliance, covering product design, performance, raw material, manufacturing, use, etc. Very interestingly, when the GreenPro technical team had to come out with a certification program for innovation, for innovative products and technologies, they decided not to follow this framework. They felt that this regular life cycle framework will straitjacket and confine genuine innovation. This in itself is an innovation for me. A true innovative product should have the freedom to come out and disrupt the market, and no framework can straitjacket that. Therefore, for innovative products and GreenPro certification, a different framework was formulated to nurture creativity. And at the same time, this framework has to be robust enough to ensure that the product performance is truly creating a difference. So I must thank the GreenPro team to come out with a framework which truly celebrates innovation. The second point which I want to emphasize, that unlike information technology, where innovation is very visible and is implemented in the marketplace immediately, in the construction business, it is not so. In the built environment market, innovative products tend to get buried in the heap of products that are already there. Again, unlike the IT industry, where you can experience innovation within hours, days, or first use, in the construction industry, it takes years for an entrepreneur to prove their innovation. This struggle to establish innovative products is long and tedious in the construction business. I am delighted that the GreenPro Products and Services Council, Green Product Services Council, has given a dedicated space to innovation. This encourages innovation to flourish and also directs the market to reach out to genuine innovation. And most importantly, after the innovation gets a GreenPro certification, we all know that it is truly ratified. The innovation is ratified for its product performance by a neutral third party. At my company, which is Conserve Consultants, we do many green building certification projects. And I would like to tell my team that whenever a client asks for innovation, the first place that we should look for is the GreenPro certified innovative products to recommend to our customers. And that too with a lot of confidence. I will take just a moment to run through the products which already have got the GreenPro certification for innovation. So if you can see on the screen, Aquatron, it's a solid liquid separator. And it's a very interesting product. Once you get into the details, you will be able to appreciate. I would encourage all of you to make a note of these products and look into them. The GreenPro team has checked their performance, checked places where they have been used, and then the GreenPro certification for innovation has been given to them. Biomicrobics. This is a sludge treatment system with zero chemical usage. Eden Innovation, an alternative towards clean and efficient usage of fuel by blending technology. Emerson, they have the water heaters which have been GreenPro certified. They also have an interesting product for kitchen waste management that can be linked directly to a composter. Godrej has an intelligent flow control system which is used to optimize airflow from compressors. And then we have My Green Bin, which is a waste management, biodegradable waste management system to organic fluid fertilizers. Biocomposter by RUR Green Life, again, an innovation in waste management. Savita Biotransol is a very interesting product, which is a biodegradable transformer oil, which is eco-friendly and an alternative to the use of mineral oils in the transformer industry. Turbotech, they have these micro turbines which are used for ultra low flow steam flows, and they are in the range of 20 kW to 100 kW. So these are the products which have already got the GreenPro towards innovation, GreenPro certification for innovation. And now let us hear our 5 eminent speakers. And I'll take this, I'll start off with introducing Mr. Manish Dixit. He's the director of Eden Innovation. One of his products is there in the list, which is already GreenPro certified. Mr. Manish is the director of Eden Innovations India Private Limited. His responsibilities include business development and marketing, project and resource management for OptiBlend systems, high-thin fuels, and promotion of Eden Crete admixture in the Indian market. Earlier with the Vadilal Group at Gujarat, Manish has over 10 years of experience in industrial marketing and specialty gases. A top-ranking gold medalist, Manish graduated with a Master's in Applied Physics from the Faculty of Engineering and Technology, Maharaja Sayajirao University, Baroda. He is also has a postgraduate diploma in business management from Bhavans College, Ahmedabad. In his initial years, he worked as a scientific researcher in Physical Research Laboratory, a unit of Department of Space, Government of India, Ahmedabad. He has to his credits a number of papers and abstracts published in national and international journals. So thank you, Mr. Manish, for being with us, and congratulations, your product is already a GreenPro certified, and we look forward to listening from you. Over to you, Mr. Manish.
Should I start taking my presentation now?
Please.
Thank you. Okay, so good afternoon to all distinguished speakers and my friends. I'm going to talk to you about OptiBlend kit system. An OptiBlend kit system is basically a dual fuel kit that would enable you to displace diesel using natural gas. And everybody of us knows that we have very limited grid supply, so time and again we have grid power failures. And if you look into this, even the president of the country has a regret in himself that he could not provide 24/7 power to his parents. Most efficient ways of taking a backup power is using a diesel genset. But the moment you go with a diesel genset, you start using a fuel which is of high cost. And not only that, the fuel is of a higher cost, but it also enables us to reduce our foreign exchanges. And with that, when the product cost is dependent on power, but when I use a very high fuel product to generate my final product, my product cost goes up, my product becomes competitively less into the market. Or in other words, with the increased cost of production, my product cannot be launched to the market in a very competitive price. But when I use diesel, the other biggest disadvantage is the environmental effect, and environmental concerns are going through globally. So this is not a good solution for people who has to depend on alternate fuels for his power. In today's world, there are different solutions to adopt, and those are like wind power, solar power, use of biofuels, gas engines, and other stuff. But all within themselves had their own limitations. Like the wind power, the solar power, they are not consistent, they are not under your control. So on any given day, if you need something, you need to ensure that that given day the natural calamity does not take place. Or for example, if I was supposed to ship today, but today is a cloudy day and I'm not able to ship my consignment because I did not do all the packaging, unfortunately it was a cloudy day. So with solar and wind powers, which required large space and not under my control, are not the solution the industry would look into. Alternatively, if I look into biofuels, it has a controversial effect on food pricing. It is seasonal, and again has a very high dependence on crop cultivation and other stuff. So that also does not get to me as a fine solution for pan-India market. The last option is we have very cheap gas network in the country. Why don't we go and use gas engines? The moment I think of gas engine, my capital cost of a gas engine is almost 3 times the cost of a diesel engine. So this itself kills my project because my ROI not only depends on operating cost, but it also depends on operating cost plus the capital cost. Because of the significant capital cost, that this solution is also not acceptable to the customers. So what we would love to do is we would love to use the piped natural gas supplied by the city gas companies, which is clean, cheap, no storage required, no delivery trapped or adulteration issues, no transportation issues, and they are fully automatically monitored through different resources. If I want to use this piped natural gas, what am I going to do with the existing diesel genset? So here is the solution. What we are going to come up with is a dual fuel technology. This technology can reduce your dependence on diesel to an extent between 50 to 70%. And that much quantity of energy can come from an alternate fuel. The alternate fuel could be piped natural gas, could be well gas, could be biogas, could be any waste gas which has some energy value. The solution is immediate because we don't take large lead time to deliver the material. It can be delivered to you in a span of few weeks. Cost saving is dramatic because now I'm using a fuel which is significantly cheaper. If you look into today's price, today's price of diesel is around 80 rupees a liter and something like 35 rupees a cubic meter pan India. What exactly we do is we use the existing infrastructure, which is your diesel engine. We use the same manpower and same space. I don't need extra manpower or space to run with my kit. My kit is fully fit and forget kind of kit. The same unskilled labor can work on the diesel engine who was working before, and we don't need any extra space. So places like Bombay, Delhi, where space constraint exists, we don't have any problem. There is an additional advantage, and that is that you have an extremely low power deprivation because the backup system is existing diesel genset. So it means that in the case the gas supply is stopped for any reason, at that time the system goes to 100% diesel operation like it is running today. So whether there is gas or no gas, you are not deprived of your power. It also enables you to significantly reduce NOx and CO2 at no additional cost. So these comes at additional benefits to you, and I will quantify how much is that in terms of numbers. This is how the optimum system looks like. There is a gas tank assembly which will control the incoming natural gas, and through the mixture it will get introduced into the combustion cylinder. In each of these combustion cylinder, when the air is injected through the turbo and at an appropriate compression stroke, when the diesel is injected with the air, it burns. Now it also burns natural gas molecule. With the result, the energy increases in each of these combustion cylinder, and because of that, the RPM, which is at 1500 RPM of a generator, increases to 1550 or 1600. The diesel governor thinks, oh, I'm supplying more diesel than required. So it tries to reduce the flow of diesel to bring this RPM back to 1500. That's how the gas is introduced into the engine and diesel is controlled. As you can see here, there are a lot of systems like the exhaust temperature, vibration, the frequency, energy load meters. They are all putting inputs to the PLC, and the PLC in turn decides to open the gas control valve. So at every load point, my gas control valve will get a message how much it has to open and how much quantity of gas has to be sent inside. So for any jerk loads or block loads or any kind of applications, the throttle valve will keep on operating. We would not have any derating issues or any safety issues. By adopting this technology, you can save between 50 to 70% of your diesel with cheap natural gas or any other alternate fuel. The important thing is no internal engine modifications are required. So no OEM should be offended. Maintains engine power equivalent to 100% diesel operations. There is no derating on the engine. We have a fast response time because everything is controlled through a PLC. The response time is in the order of milliseconds, so we can easily handle jerk loads or block loads for a given application. If the gas supply is stopped, it goes back to 100% diesel operation. So these are the salient features. We have safety systems built on this, like the exhaust temperature sensor, the vibration sensor, the frequency load monitoring, the PLC, the solenoid valve, and human machine interface inside with inbuilt alarms, and 3-layer of safety systems built for each of these sensors with low, high, and high alarms. Okay, so what could be the savings like? I would like to brush upon some numbers. So on a 1 megawatt engine, if 70 rupees is your diesel cost and 35 rupees is your PNG cost, and if you're running at 50% load, you save something like 20 lakhs of rupees per year if you are running with 4 hours per day engine. If you are running at 8 hours, you save something like 50 lakhs of rupees. And similarly, if you are running at 65% load or 80% load, your savings keeps on increasing. Some industrial customer who has multiple gensets right from 250 kVA to 2000 kVA, we would advocate him to use a 2000 kVA genset for the first trial rather than the 250 kVA, because smaller the engine size, lesser is your saving on a span of 12 months time. And it's also that the smaller the engine size, your ROI period is also very extended. On a bigger genset, the ROI comes fast and the savings are huge. So I would recommend you to use a genset with a higher capacity and take the first trial. I won't go with the ROI. If there is any need, we'll discuss that. Here is NOx reduction, which takes place right from 50% or to 100%. And I'm trying to emphasize here, NOx is potentially 300 times more dangerous than that of CO2 gas in terms of greenhouse potential. And here you can see the NOx reduces between 40 to 60%, whether I run my genset at 50% load or 80% load or 100%. This is a significant reduction and very good push to apply the available resources in the market. You save CO2, but here I have tried to take 3 different gensets. So what I did with 500, 1000 and 1500 kVA engines, and if I'm working at this load, this is my net saving of CO2. If I've shown this with respect to some loads, and this is the amount of CO2 saved metric tons per year. This is a kind of installation that you would see on the customer side. Here is a flange connection from where we will connect. It is within the canopy. That is what I wanted to show here. It's a 2-turbo Cummins 1250 kV engine which we had installed in L&T Powai. Everything is within the canopy. I don't need any extra space, except I'll put one PLC and I'll show you that picture also. It is in somewhere there is no canopy. There are genset rooms. This was within the room. That's the size of a PLC, which is around 2 feet by 3 feet. And it's a fully automatically controlled system. And you will see this human machine interface, which is fluorescent green right now. But if any adverse things happen, this screen will turn to fluorescent red in color. And inside that, there'll be a message which will tell you why this has turned red and why the system has got closed. So you can very easily talk to our service engineer and he can give you the remedial action to overcome that limitation. I wanted to show you a couple of these installation photographs where we have put down these mixtures in the air intake system. You can see this is an air intake system. Here is the mixture before the air is sent inside. And through this mixture, we introduce natural gas also. Another picture of mixture installation. This is the power meter which will get connected to your DGMF panel where we will take the same load readings the diesel governor reads. So both of us will use the same source point. This is the PLC that we will use. These are the monitoring system. This is on an exhaust monitoring. You can see these are 2 arms of exhaust. So we have 2 exhaust sensors on both the arms, coupled one each one of them. This is the vibration sensor generally coupled between an alternator and the engine. So because I have a lot of slides to put, I'm running fast, but please let me know if I'm going too fast. Here is a list of generators that we have already converted. And you can see right from 200 kV engine to 2000 kV engine, we have done these conversions, whether it is Caterpillar or Cummins or Kohler or Mitsubishi or MTU, MWM, Perkins, Volvo Penta. Name a company and we have done. Most of the Americans and European engines have got converted using this technology. I have some customers in India who is using this. Escort was one of the customers who gave me 4 repeat orders. This was one of the world's largest steel producing company called McLeod Russell. There we had 3 installation and each of these has run for 10,000 hours by now. So that's a very nice performance report to share to the customer. Parle Biscuit, popularly known to us, is up and running from 2011. This is 2020 on a 1250 kVA Cummins engine. So with timelines, with running hours, everything. And last but not the least, Cummins holds, is the 10 customer I meet in India, 7 uses Cummins engine. So, and the same density or the same population you see in China, Brazil, and US. There could be any number of people who would be supplying a dual fuel kit, but there has to be something why Cummins selected Eden's OptiBlend kit as a solution for their own customers. So Cummins in the US uses our kit, installs this to their customer and takes the warranty on their head. Other areas of application other than gensets are with the shale gas explorations on the locomotives. Indian government has started looking to convert railway engines on dual fuel and with the 4-wheelers and trucks, which is undergoing some new trials. Fine. So having said all of this, you say, okay, do I adopt this? But what about NGT criteria? Do I fulfill that? So here is an article which is from National Clean Air Program followed by NGT, and they say that if for some customer who is already owning a diesel genset, he has 2 options, and one among these options says that you can retrofit your existing diesel genset for partial gas usage, and therefore this action is applicable and acceptable to the government of India. You can see with different pollution control boards, state pollution control board referring this. This is the one which I'm going to refer from Maharashtra state government, which says that for the existing diesel genset that you have, you should shift to gas-based generators either by retrofitting existing generators for partial usage of gas, a mixture of diesel and gas, which is what we exactly do, or buy a new gas engine. New gas engine is probably a very costly affair, not the solution at this hour of time. You can see the government of India asking the Indian Railways to go and obey the same thing. I would like to highlight the same point here. It says to all metro corporation that you should shift to gas-based generators either by retrofitting existing generators for partial usage of gas, a mixture of diesel and gas. This is exactly what the optiblend system helps you to attain, and that is the solution the government is looking for. To conclude my slide, I would like to say we can use any alternate fuels available at cheap cost that will enable us to even reduce dependence on fossil fuel. You can reduce your per unit power cost. That means your product can be placed competitively in the global market. You can increase your profit. You would reduce the issues related to diesel storage and diesel supplies. And last but not the least, very significant thing is reduction in NOx and CO2 gas. Slowly, and I do agree, everybody of you would understand that the more I go with gas, I'll be getting rid of rackets associated with diesel theft and other issues. When people do this at every time there is a shipment taking place. What we need is a general engine details, which we send this customer information sheet. We need this to be filled, and we work out the return of investment for any customer. And there are something for the site preparedness. But thank you very much, and I will look forward to the questions at a later stage. Thank you once again. Thank you, the chairperson, for giving me a patience hearing, and I hand over the things to you to take it forward.
Thank you, Manish. Thank you. The way you have given the perspective of various different sources of energy and how a bit of fuel shift can make a true difference in the not only in the operating cost, but also in the pollution that comes out through the engines. I think it's remarkable, and the work and the accolade that you have got from Cummins is truly commendable. Thank you, Manish. There are a couple of questions which I will be directing it to you towards the end of the session.
Sure, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you. With this, I would like to introduce Mr. Amit Garg. Mr. Amit Garg is the director of iQbex. iQbex. Garg is an architect, a product designer, entrepreneur, conceptualizer, innovator with 25 years of experience in various design fields, 3 patent applications. Wonderful. He is a dreamer, conceptualizer, innovator, creator, seeker of knowledge at heart. He likes to adopt a holistic view of challenges and believes in elegant solutions. We see himself as the most demanding customer of his brand iQbex, which he has. iQbex is the designer and manufacturer of the largest number of green certified modular furniture and interior systems in India, and provider of customized product solutions. iQbex systems like partition, paneling, workstation systems, ceilings are very innovative, high performance, customizable and reusable, and can reduce cost and time of interior projects from weeks to just a few days with minimum labor. It can be even reconfigured and relocated to match with evolving future requirements, saving huge investment and giving freedom to users in their decision making. We are honored to have you, Mr. Amit Garg, on our program, and thank you very much. Over to you.
Thank you, sir. Good evening, distinguished speakers and the eminent audience. We'll just start my presentation.
So you may use the third option below for sharing.
Sorry?
You may use the third option from below for sharing your content.
Yeah. My name is Amit Garg, director and founder of iQbex, manufacturers of largest number of green certified modular interior systems in India, and winner of Economic Times Emerging Consumer Brand of the Year. Today, I wish to talk to you about the amazing, innovative, and sustainable solutions which are possible in aluminium, which is a wonder material, and value it can bring to lives of people as well as environment. I propose to show that it is very important to use sustainable materials for life to sustain on Earth. And aluminium is an amazing material, ideally suited for this purpose. And that aluminium can inspire innovation amongst designers and architects, and that innovative design done with aluminium, like we do all the time at IQBix, can bring about a significant impact to the environment. Today, we are leaving a bigger carbon footprint, bigger than ever, almost twice the sustainable resources on Earth, and we are eating away the very tree we are living on. Soon there will be no resources to sustain the mankind, and the situation is getting grim more and more. I want to highlight that building construction is an important industry, and it contributes to almost 6% of the global GDP. But there's a huge imbalance in the amount of GDP it is contributing to the amount of pollution or the amount of unsustainability which is creating. The building industry is using almost 40% of the natural resources and consuming 70% of the total electricity produced on the planet. It's emitting more than half the global carbon dioxide emissions and other greenhouse gases. Whether we consider the building operations or whether the pre-construction, the post-construction, more than half the global carbon dioxide emissions are because of the building industry. In fact, building materials embody a major component of energy consumed in a building, and which is called the embodied energy. And for that to happen, we have to look at what are the materials which go in for making a building. So till now, traditionally, we were looking at three major factors for material selection in buildings by architects and the clients, the various stakeholders. One was the functional. So every material is very suitable for the function it is supposed to serve. For example, if you need a glass, you have to look at a glass partition. If you need a ball, different material will be required. And then there was the technical aspect to it. Then, of course, there is a third financial aspect of material selection, which is how much is the price per unit and how much it can be afforded as per the budget of the project. But the fourth aspect of material selection, which is the eco-friendly, sustainable materials, is what is becoming now important, and it is the need of the hour with minimum environmental burden. Sustainable building material, to my mind, is almost as if we are talking about the sustenance of life on Earth. But what about the criteria for building material selection for sustainability? There can be many criteria for such a material. For example, it has to be low maintenance. Minimum energy has to go in for the production of the material in the beginning. The lower energy consumption in operation, during operation, the life cycle of the product, it is very important. The longer life cycle, the longer the life cycle of a product, it is better for the environment because it doesn't need to be replaced. Minimum transportation. Transportation is contributing a huge amount of 18% in the building industry sector to the energy cost. And therefore, if we're talking about a minimum transportation cost, we're talking about minimum emissions. And of course, we're talking about easy and fast installation, as well as inert and low emissions for indoor air quality. So these are some of the very important criteria for building material selection. But there are some other criteria as well. For example, the easy manufacturability of a product, which is very important, the strong, durable, and resistance to the climatic elements and other corrosive elements, which will enhance the life cycle of the product. The lightweight, to minimize the structural load, which becomes very important. And one of the very important criteria of such a material can be the recycled component in the existing material that we are proposing to use. Secondly, what are the recyclability possibility? And secondly is the further recyclability. There is a perpetual recyclability, the possibility of that. Because there are some materials which I'm going to propose now, like for example, aluminium, which is a sustainable wonder material to my mind, which is perpetually recyclable. It is the third most common element on our planet, just after oxygen and silicon, and makes over 8% of the Earth's crust. So it is a material which is in abundance. The material is extremely versatile and is being increasingly used for a variety of applications in the construction industry. So, but why aluminium? Why we call it wonder material? Because it is a very, very light material and just 1/3 the weight of steel. But in spite of that, even though it is 1/3 the weight of the steel, the stiffness is the same. the weight of the aluminum structure is almost half to two-thirds the weight of steel structures, and 1/7 the weight of reinforced concrete structures. Now, this is going to reduce tremendously the transportation costs and therefore the carbon dioxide emission. And we are also talking about reduced human labor for handling all that building material. Aluminium is very, very strong and durable. It means less breakage and thus minimum replacement and maintenance. It is non-corrosive and non-rusting. It can be given virtually any desired shape. It's highly manufacturable, and it can be used in any climatic conditions. It does not promote growth of microorganisms, and which is suitable for use in clean rooms and hospitals. Another important aspect of aluminium is that it is highly manufacturable with precision. It can lend itself for die casting, pressure die casting, extrusion, rolling, so on and so forth. But then why would we call aluminium a sustainable building material? Because it takes a huge amount of energy to produce virgin aluminium. Now the secret lies here, that the recycled aluminium uses just 5% to make and has a very low carbon footprint. And aluminium can be recycled infinite times without losing any of the properties. Now, you would be surprised to know that in fact 75% of the total aluminium produced in the world till date is in use today, either in its virgin form or its recycled form. This makes aluminium an amazing sustainable wonder material. It is 100% recyclable, infinitely recyclable without any loss of properties, 5% energy cost, plus it is durable and strong, plus it is inert, highly manufacturable, very light, very long life cycle, low maintenance, and that's why we call it the metal of the future. And to my mind, it is very conducive to innovation. It inspires innovation. If you have noticed, the world over, there are so many objects of daily use which are made up of aluminum. If you look at your laptop chassis, if you look at your mobile phones, if you look at aircrafts, the building facades, the structure of the building, even the cans of beer and the soft drinks that you take. In fact, various iconic structures owe their existence to aluminium, which is actually quite amazing. If you look at the Ferrari World, which is a giant entertainment park in Abu Dhabi, it's one of the largest aluminium roofs in the world with 2 lakh square meters. I'm talking not of square feet, but lakh square meters. We're talking about Empire State Building, the iconic building, which is all the iron frames of 6,514 windows were replaced with aluminum frames in 1993, I believe, and 30% of building surface. And now it is saving 16% annual energy because of this fact. The glass faces of the office skyscrapers are often supported by lightweight and sturdy aluminum frames. If you look at most of the buildings, entertainment, trade and exhibition centers, stadiums, pools, and just sports facilities, you have aluminum being used in so many components like cladding, window frames, panels, dome roofs, wide span constructions, ornamental frames, so on and so forth, even air conditioning systems, solar protection, heating system, and the list goes on and goes on. In fact, in 2012, Siemens opened the Crystal Center for Sustainable Urban Development in London with aluminum faces, and it consumes 46% less electricity and generates 65% less carbon dioxide, and is one of the buildings which is the coveted LEED as well as the BREEAM ratings. Both of the ratings have been achieved by it. Aluminium was one of the key materials which was used in this Laura Biathlon stadium, and which was used for 2014 Winter Olympics. Having said this, the design possibilities in this material is only limited by imagination. So, to my mind, when we're talking about a sustainable building material, aluminium is one of the very good contenders, which we can call a sustainable, high performance, innovation inspiring wonder material, which can become very important for sustenance of life on Earth. Now, we at IQBIX have full belief in this conclusion, and we strive to produce very sophisticated, highly innovative, modular interior systems for our clients which are very, very sustainable at the same time. In fact, as I mentioned earlier, we have become now one of the largest, we have the largest portfolio of green certified modular interior systems in India. And we have also won the coveted emerging consumer brand of the year. And slowly the architects and the designers, they're all becoming conscious, they're becoming aware of the amazing benefits that this can bring to their projects. So, now, our systems are, sorry, just, our systems are very innovative and sustainable to give very high value proposition to the users. In fact, we consider that not just the end users as our client, but environment as an equivalent stakeholder. And we have made it a part of our agenda to make every solution that we propose to client very sustainable. Now, we invest in innovation and sustainability in all our solutions, both for the end user as well as the environment. Is first of the one of the ways that we do that is by using 100% recycled aluminum. We are here by protecting the environment, as well as we are using the amazing properties of aluminum, which we are through which we are able to propose amazing innovative solutions for our clients and helping them meet their sustainability goals as well. In the aluminum solutions that we use, the 100% recycled aluminum that we use, the 10% is the pre-consumer and 90% is the post-consumer. So a significant post-consumer recycled aluminum is being used. Now, as a second point of as a second point, we are not just using 100% recycled aluminum to make our products green and sustainable, but we are also invested in a very innovative agile manufacturing strategy and very innovative agile design strategy so as to achieve our goals. I would like to share you what exactly is the innovative agile design strategy. Thereby, we are designing minimum number of highly engineered, very versatile, highly sophisticated modular components, just like the Lego blocks that you see on the right. So we can assemble various kind of systems in very, very fast, very, less amount of time at a very low cost. We can assemble and churn out very different kind of system solutions for our clients at the drop of a hat. And secondly, as I said, the innovative agile manufacturing strategy, we have adopted the manufacturing in which the minimum number of steps, like extrusion, for example, is one of the manufacturing strategy, and the joinery we use a very standard nut bolt joinery so as to turn out system at the minimum time and cost and without the issue of any scalability, and thereby, through these two combined strategies, that is innovative design and manufacturing strategy for sustainability, the first stakeholder, as I was talking about the environment that we consider as the first stakeholder, we are helping reduce the time and the cost and the energy footprint of our product system development. We are reducing the wastage, which goes, the huge amount of wastage which goes into any product development, very low maintenance, which is a part and parcel of our products, very long life cycle, which enhances the sustainability, and the homogeneity of the constituent material, that will recycled aluminum, which makes our products highly recyclable further, which is something which is very important to understand. Now, the second stakeholder, which is the end user. Now, there is a whole of benefits that we bring to the table. First is it saves a huge amount of money. That is primarily also because we make it in India, and there is a reduced development cost and the reduced labor which goes into it. It saves a huge amount of time, and we can bring down the time of installation of interior projects from many weeks to just a few days, simply because of the design sophistication, because of the quick turnaround time, because of the scalable manufacturing techniques which we are using, and because of the very fast installation details which we have developed. And it saves a lot of human labor, and particularly in COVID times, it's becoming very important that it can be installed with minimum human labor, and it saves investment because all the products are highly customizable, they are highly modifiable, They are highly relocatable as per the future requirements of the clients, and that is the reason because of which we are delivering a very highly innovative and sustainable solution for our clients. We have more than 20 products with more than 70 variants. In fact, we have been awarded more than 70 GreenPro certifications for all our products till date. I would just like to give you an example of what I was talking about when we are talking about just like Lego blocks. We are playing around with components and we are playing around with systems to deliver different solutions for our clients. For example, this is the first image on the left that you see is a patent applied floor junction box in which you get to it takes on any finish which is on the flooring, be it stone, be it tile, be it carpet or anything, and this can be then can made into any size of any strength, any load bearing capacity as per the client requirement. So this is a patent applied, very simple solution with just 3 components. And from this solution, we have jumped to a ceiling trapdoor by using the same components. We have delivered ceiling trapdoors, which you can see on the right. So that is what I would like to say, how we are adapting one system and delivering the second system. But now I would like to share with you an amazing story, which I myself find it amazing. A couple of years ago, we approached DMRC to use our products, Delhi Metro Rail Corporation. They forwarded us to Siemens, who are their partners in the project for signaling equipment. In particular, they were searching for developing open frame rack system called cable termination rack, cable distribution rack for almost 2-3 years, and they had been speaking to a lot of companies, but the solution was not in sight, and they wasted a lot of time and money. And when we approached them, we said, okay, we will deliver the solution. We delivered in just 3 months, and we could replace the high value imports from Germany and Japan. And Siemens said it is a feather in the cap, and DMRC said it is better than the imported Japanese and the German systems. So we developed this for DMRC and Siemens. Now, the image that you see on the left, but that is not the story. That's the beginning of the story. By using the same open frame rack system, which is nothing but we can assemble very high bending strength components with the very standard aluminum bracket and Allen nut bolt joinery. When in 2018, at Hyderabad in this IGBC conference in I think it was November, we had put up an exhibition. We were awarded 23 certificates that day, and GMR Hyderabad people were there in the exhibition. They saw us, they talked to us, they invited us after the exhibition, and they needed a very urgent solution because it was an audit requirement from Customs Department to develop a 25 feet high and 80 feet long glass partition, or a transparent glass partition system between the belt number 2 and 3 and the arrival hall, because both the belts belong to different. One was for the domestic, one was for the international airport, and we could deliver the solution in just flat 15 days, and we could install it, in the highly sensitive operational environment of airport. Now, the system that we used was the same system that we had developed for Siemens and DMRC for installing, the sophisticated signaling equipment for the metro rails. Now, this is just the second point in the story.
Mr. Amit, I'm sorry to interrupt, but we have exceeded our time. Would you wrap up within 2 minutes?
Just give me 3 minutes. Yeah. So the same system we could adopt for our the amazing lag system for workstation. Apart from that, we have got very amazing, wonderful solutions like the glass partition systems, in which we can, in the same frame, use a single glass, double glass, or the vacuum insulated glass. We have got modular glass door and frames. We got demountable partition and paneling systems. We got this amazing drywall cladding partition system in which you can have the wet areas in the room partition installed overnight. Which can change the entire face of infrastructure. We have amazing hot selling ceiling trapdoors, big sizes, 8 feet by 4 feet ceiling trapdoors, built customs as per your requirement. We've got modular table lag systems which can be modified, one single configuration to 6 configuration as per your requirement. Amazing patent applied modular floor boxes and floor junction boxes. Amazing baffle ceiling systems in which you can which is full of, again, which is patent applied and full of innovation. So we are manufacturing various other products which can find use and add value to your projects. We have got a lot of big clients and big industry players approaching us for solutions, and we have been able to satisfy them. So that's how iCubix is I think, epitome of sustainable, innovative aluminum solutions. And using aluminum, we can make a big impact to our environment and to our industry and to our country. Thank you, IGBC, for this amazing opportunity, for presenting my views and my thought processes to the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Amit. Thank you. I had a few learnings that from your presentation, that aluminum is the third most common element in the world. I did not know that. So thank you very much for enlightening us. Aluminum, no doubt, is a wonder material, and I think with your creativity, you have made it even more wonderful. Thank you so much. With this, we will go on to the next speaker. My only request is that we are running almost around 20 minutes of time. Technically, we are supposed to finish by 17:30. We have 3 more speakers and question answer session after that. So my request would be to stick within our 15 minutes timeline. So welcome, Mr. Amol. Mr. Amol is an energy domain expert specialized in smart grid power distribution, wind solar hybrid solutions, and program management. He is presently the Chief Operating Officer for WISH Energy Solutions Private Limited, Pune, and he is managing the operations for the whole company, including the delivery management of the wind turbine supplied to both national and international market. Welcome, Mr. Amol, and we look forward to innovations in the wind turbine.
Yeah, good evening, everybody. Thanks a lot for the introduction, Zuzair, and Amit and Manish to take down from the presentation they had today. So my topic of discussion is hybrid renewable energy solutions, and I will focus more on the small wind turbines and the solar section of the entire offering. So I'll just present my presentation now. So Wish Energy Solutions Private Limited is actually doing the same job of kind of designing and supplying and installation and commissioning of the hybrid renewable energy solutions as a offering. And our vision of the company is transforming natural resources to deliver affordable renewable energy solutions. With this mission, we were able to kind of achieve almost 15 megawatt of installed capacity, and we were able to kind of reduce the carbon footprints by around 148 kiloton from the lifetime installation of these systems. So it is very important for everyone. Like in the panel itself, we have seen that people are kind of passionate about what are they giving back to the society, and in this terms, this hybrid renewable energy solutions is a good offering which can contribute a lot in terms of green building. So I'll focus a little bit about Wish Energy Solutions. So the small wind turbines what we manufacture are IEC 61400 certified and CE certified, which is of international standards, and the turbines are manufactured based upon the US patents. We have mid-range wind turbines from 400 watt to around 5 kilowatt wind turbine. we are in the process of also manufacturing 10 kilowatt wind turbine. We actually supply to around 45 countries in the planet, and there is a lot of demand of small wind turbines from US, Canada, Russia, Kazakhstan, Australia, New Zealand countries. And in India, we kind of give them end-to-end solution to our customers in terms of providing wind solar hybrid solutions to our customers. We do the integration of all the renewable energy solutions just to give them the optimized and reliable renewable energy solution offering. And these turbines are all manufactured in Pune, India facility. So Wish Energy Solutions has been operating in these domains. So if you can see that we have been operating on the most remote areas also, like offshore planets, the islands, different sites, mountain resorts, telecom towers, and also we are we have given solution for the buildings, homes, street lightings, fuel stations, farmhouses, water pumping stations. So I'll be focusing on those areas only which are kind of part of this discussion today. So renewable energy solutions for a green building, what we have in the offering is, or what a typical renewable energy solution company will have, is the rooftop solar power plants, the small wind turbines, the solar street lights also becomes a part of solution of the green building. There is a class for wind solar street lights also. We have solar parking projects which has been done as a part of green building. Solar pumps are one of the offering. Solar EV charging is also, which is upcoming market, which is coming up, and also the battery storage. So these are the basically offerings from Wish Energy towards hybrid renewable energy solutions. So the normal process starts with the site assessment, wherein we do the comprehensive energy assessment, and then we come to the system design, where we take the inputs for structural analysis, the panel layout, the electrical specifications, whichever are required, and then we follow up with the permits in terms of the grid connection related permits, or whether there are any building related permits. All those permits are taken care, and that is the point where the work orders are placed, and then we get into the next mode of installation and the commissioning of the project. And we have an interaction with the customer on a daily basis, because we keep monitoring their data and kind of help them to kind of load manage or demand side management, so that they can take the full advantage of the renewable energy system which they have installed. Yeah. So what is the advantage we bring on the table is that we do integration for the entire renewable solutions, say whether it is a wind turbine or a solar system, or they have a battery storage or grid and diesel genset. So this kind of integration helps the customer to prioritize the low cost power from the high cost power. So they can kind of give a first hand to the solar wind kind of setup or the battery setup. And when these things are not available, then it goes to grid, and the costliest power, the diesel genset, is the last option wherever they want a reliable power solutions. So For a green building, the solar and the wind comes as a major offering from Wish Energy side. So we all are customers for these products, and I want to touch base as a customer as to what are the things which we need to see so that we get a proper renewable energy solution for our green building. So normally the panels are south facing, which can help to get the maximum output from a solar panel. The area should be shade free. And if you are installing the wind turbine, then wind speed are most essential criteria. It is also an essential criteria for the solar panels, just for the protection purpose. The climatic condition is one of the driver which kind of helps us to make a portfolio for wind. Very high, and the winds are very much energy out from that system. The height of the building is important for both the as you go higher, can get more out of small wind turbines. There are places where we have installed these small wind turbines and we have got more output from a small wind turbine than solar because of the climatic condition and because of the placement of the wind turbine. So that is important. The column layout is also important. So because the small wind turbines are normally attached to the columns, helps to kind of observe the dynamic load produced by the wind turbine. The higher you go, the higher the height of the building, the weight of the wind turbine should be minimal so that there is no dynamic load put on the wind turbines. Normally what we do is, if the turbine is heavier, say for 5 kilowatt, 6 kilowatt, those are normally put on the ground mounted system. The reach is also essential criteria, because most of the places we kind of put the solar panels on the elevated platform, and hence maintenance becomes an issue, and hence we need to check the reach, how the maintenance crew will go to the location and kind of clean the panels or kind of service the wind turbine is also a point to be considered. The sanction load of the premise is also important part, because that actually decides as to how much the renewable solution offering can be given to a customer. Usability of space, because normally we have a rooftop area which is available, but then there is a demarcation in terms of the usability. So based on that also, we have to plan the solar and the small wind turbines. And the last part is the power cut. Power cut is because there are two offerings which are there in renewable energy solutions. One is battery connected and the other is on grid, that is without battery connected. So the on grid system normally is grid connected. It means it takes reference of the voltage and the frequency from the grid to run the system. If the grid is off, the entire on-grid system is off. There is potentially of no use of that on-grid system, and hence we have to check the power cut. If there are power cuts, regular power cuts in the green or in that premise, then it is advisable to go for a battery connected system. So there are questions as to why we should have a small wind turbines. So the simple answer is that it complements with the solar during the monsoon and during the night loads, and kind of adds reliability to the entire solution offering. It is suitable for monsoon, hilly and coastal areas. If you look at the southern part of India, if you look at the Maharashtra coastal part or the Orissa coastal part, those are the areas where a lot of wind turbines are installed. Tamil Nadu, Kerala, all those areas, the wind turbines are getting preference because of the climatic condition over there. And even high-rise buildings are taking the advantage of the potential height of the building and kind of installing wind solar hybrid solutions. It takes less space per kilowatt if you are installing a, say, 2 kilowatt machine that actually covers some square foot area, and hence where there is a kind of issue in terms of space availability, then then the small wind turbines is a very good option. It also adds aesthetic value to your premise. So that's why we can actually go for small wind turbines where it is kind of permitted and it is lucrative. So these are basically the small wind turbines offerings. We have from starting from 400 watt to a 5 kilowatt machine. And as a customer, I will recommend you to go through these options, which can help to kind of have a robust system installed in your premise. So the wind speed is very important as to what is the wind speed at which the turbine starts up. We need to know the efficiency of the panel. The efficiency are getting improved day by day, and as 1% efficiency improvement over 25 years can give a very good output and can improve the payback period. We need to check the layout if we are installing the wind solar system, just to check on the shadow effect. And there should be priority given to the use of non-essential space, say terrace area above the clubhouse or pump house, because these areas are never used. So that can be taken as the first priority, and then later on the terrace space can be taken as the second priority. And that also, if we want to optimize the space, we can always go for an elevated terrace, and wherein the solar can be installed on that. It is advisable to kind of have a structural audit done at your space, so that you get a better structure installed at your place, and the reach, the access for repair and maintenance, that is also important to kind of address when you are kind of planning for a wind solar hybrid system. So this is one of the case study wherein KSTDC Mayura Hotels had installed around 45 installations in battery backup, and wherein they had installed 40 kilowatt system, and they had a good saving of 50%. And major client base of our company. That's it from my end, Suzanne. And thanks a lot, CII GreenPro, for inviting me for this discussion. Thanks, Suzanne.
Thank you, Amol. Thank you. I mean, you've been bang on time, 15 minutes. It's nice to know that Wish is offering a comprehensive solution of solar, of wind, of storage, the entire balance. There are very few organizations who offer the whole renewable energy package. So good to know that, and I'm sure all our viewers will be coming to you for your solution. With this, we will go on to the next speaker.
Sir, can I make a small announcement if you don't mind?
Yeah, please.
Yeah. To all the participants who have logged on through Hive, we would request you to ask your questions on the right-hand side top. There's a ask a question and submit, so that these can reach the participants. I mean, these can reach the speakers. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. We have the next speaker, Mr. Ramesh Kumar Soni. He is the co-founder and CEO of Vayu Jal Technologies Private Limited. He has got 6.5 years of product development and R&D experience in drinking water technologies. Recipient of the Gandhian Young Technological Innovation Appreciation Award 2017. BIRAC GYTI Award 2018. Innovative Scholar in-house resident for 5th batch at Rashtrapati Bhavan. TEDx speaker, BITS Pilani, Hyderabad. 8 patents, 7 publications. I think it says it all. Welcome, Mr. Ramesh. We all looking forward to hear from you.
Thank you, sir. I will start by sharing my presentation.
So we would request you to speak a little more loudly. Yeah.
Yes. So, I hope my screen is visible to everybody.
Yes, it is.
Okay, yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Kothari, for nice introduction, and thank you CII and GreenPro and IGBC for giving me this opportunity to talk about our product. So I'm representing Vayujal Technologies. As the name is suggesting, we deal with Vayu and Jal. So we make Jal using Vayu. So we do this with different scales. We do it 30 liters per day to 2000 liters per day. So we have 5 scales at which we do this work. So I'll just give a brief, how does this technology work? So this will basically suck in the humid air from the atmosphere, and it will filter the air before it goes in the machine. So this is inner schematic of how does the whole process actually happens. And the fresh humid air which is filtered will be going for the evaporator in the machine, which are cold surfaces. So here these cold surfaces, usually these are just metallic cold surfaces which are used for doing the condensation. But what we are trying to do is we are trying to mimic cacti plant and see if there's something similar to cacti plant. Can we also capture the water from atmosphere, because cacti is it's a species which stays its own life in desert just by collecting water from atmosphere, and it lives its complete life. Similarly, we have structures something similar to cacti plant on the cold surfaces where we do the condensation, and after removing this water, the air is goes out of the machine. Water which is condensed, we collect in stainless steel tank in the machine itself for the domestic versions. And then this collected water is treated with the 8 stages of filtration that will include several stages of carbon, several stages of sediment, ozone, UV, membrane, and also the water which is before it gets dispensed, we add minerals to it because air itself does not have minerals except for uh, very micro concentration of silicates and some organic pollutants. So any kind of organic pollutant or microparticulate is there that usually gets filtered by air filter, or if anything is goes with the machine in that stainless steel tank. So organic contaminants, or if any biological contaminant which has gone in the machine, will be taken care by the UV treatment and the ozone treatment and the membrane treatment and the carbon based treatments or the sediment treatment. So overall, irrespective of where you're placing the machine, if you're placing the machine in a forest area or on a road, you will be getting a quality drinking water which will be following, which will comply with the best standards of drinking water specification as per IS 10500. So when we do this process, we basically get 5 main advantages, like we preserve the groundwater and we add necessary minerals in certain quantity only. It's in quantity which is required by the human body, an adult body, and user will be getting at least of 10 years of uninterrupted water supply. He does not need to depend on the piped water supply or the surface water availability or the groundwater availability. And since we are trying to do the micro nanostructures, the condensation process is very efficient. So in terms you get, the cost of OPEX and CAPEX will be lesser for these machines. So one more thing to which I should point out here is that throughout the whole operation, plastic has not been used. So which in turns that throughout the 10 years of operation for a building, there will not be any plastic used. Yeah. So when we talk about a product, we basically ask question: is this good for my personal health? If the product is directly, the output of product is directly being consumed by us. The second question would be: is it good for the environment around me? And is it financially healthy for me? So if we talk on these three aspects here about this product, I would take an example of the water cans which are supplied in our houses or in the buildings, and not talk about any other example, because I'm just trying to be relevant, stay relevant to the green buildings. So if we will be going through a comparative statement of how the water cans, which we are the majority of the buildings or the corporate offices are using, versus how does atmospheric water generator go. So this is a comparative statement about environment, and we are doing just a water comparison here. So usually when what we do, the current system is that we get water can, and the water can supplier will get water somewhere from the ground or somewhere from the earth. If he's getting water from the ground, usually the TDS of that water will be 500 to 2500 if the water is not brackish. And to bring down the TDS, let's say if he wants to supply the water of 100 ppm, he will use RO process, and if he's using other surface water, the process which is needed for the treatment will increase, and hence the cost and other footprints. So if we do this calculation, so he took 5 liters of water to do the RO treatment, he will be getting 2 liters of water which will have 100 ppm, and the reject water which will have 1600 ppm will go back to the ground. Now this water is here when I talk about this number of 2000 ppm, it doesn't sound a very big number, but when the water, feed water has very high concentration, the reject water becomes a nuisance for the whole environment. So it's the duty wise what it's supposed to be, in the whatever reject water we are doing, we should be correspondingly neutralize that water by giving additional water and neutralize, bring down the additional reject water pH down. So if we do this in groundwater system, we will have to add the 2000 ppm water only, but and that will take 100 ppm water only, but that will take very amount of volumes of liter. But let's say if we supply another 100 ppm of 2 liter water, then the ppm calculation sets off. So here this calculation says that for every 2 liter of water which I'm drinking, I'm costing 4 liter to the environment. And if I do this calculation for a year, assuming that the office is drinking 100 liter of water, and for 10 years, I'm costing approximately 73,000, 7,30,000 liters of water to the ground. That is my water footprint. Versus if I do the same thing from using atmospheric water generator, there is no feed water here, and whatever water is the atmospheric water generating, it's getting in terms of credit, so it's generating water. So if a person is to shift from this process of using water cans to atmospheric water generators, he's actually looking at saving 10,95,000 liters of drinking water. If we do this calculation in terms of electricity and hence the carbon footprint. Now on the previous example, I'm not able to exactly relate the carbon footprint of drinking water because the parameters are not established as of now. But we can establish the carbon footprint of electricity. So that I'm doing here. So for the same process which we earlier explained, if we do this, approximately here I'm using calculations which are used for large desalination plants. What would be the carbon footprint to get for 10 years of life? So it would, and the transportation and the water loss which is happening during the transport, because the water is not audited. So everybody's like, it's free water, we can use it any way we want it. And even if it's not used with the care, and pretty much water is just simply drained, just thrown to a sink, put in the sink. So if we do amount that whole clip, you will be approximately getting 9,190 kilogram of equivalent CO2. And whereas if you run an atmospheric water generator to get that amount of data, we would be spending a high volume of electricity. That would be approximately 1,20,450 units. Now, if the corresponding carbon footprint of this electricity in Indian scenario, so that per unit carbon footprint for Indian grid system, which will include the hydropower, electric, solar, wind power, the coal and the gas, on average would be 0.4 kilogram per kilowatt hour. And in the future, as India is progressing towards renewable energy sources, this number will be coming down. So here, in terms of electricity consumption, we are in deficit of 40,190 kilogram of CO2. But the other thing is that we are not able to correspondingly calculate the impact of the PET bottle which I have been using, because those are going to go in the ground and we don't know the consequence of for the longer run. So, and again, this whole modeling, the calculation which I'm doing is kind of proving here the GreenPro IGBC related calculations. So now next will be in terms of financially how this is working. So right now the current system is that when we're getting water from any vendor, the water can bottle, those price varies from 40 liter for each 20 liter water can to 140 liter. And if we are adopting a good branded and trustable water supply person, it would be around 70 rupees. So I have taken that for the calculation, and I have taken 6 rupees per unit electricity for the calculation here. So if we do this statement and if we take a cost for 10 years, including the complete water supply of the water cans and the AMC, the capex cost and the opex cost, all including for an atmospheric water setup for 100 liter per day, we would be saving around 346,000 rupees approximately over the 10-year of time. And now this year, this is calculation based on the today's data, because and with the coming future, the electricity is going to be cheaper, water value is going to be increasing. So this in future, the future actually favors these numbers. Now, if we talk about the health, the human wise, person, the pH of the water can which we get is around 6.5 on average. But and the water of pH which comes out from this machine, atmospheric water generator, will be from 6.5 to 9, and so it slightly puts to the alkaline side, which is again good for the health. The TDS would be varying from 10 to 250 ppm, and and that's the higher the TDS, it's good. The Himalaya water has 250 ppm of TDS. So we are trying to replicate Himalayan spring water, and we're trying to add all the minerals which we can, whereas the PET bottled water which we are getting does not have enough minerals. And since these air machines also has air filters in it, it will improve the air quality in the machine, indoor or the outdoor, depending on where the machine is installed. Now, other 5 key criteria, when we look at the green building, is that uh, it should be increase the indoor air quality or environment quality, which I discussed that by doing the air filtration, it will do that. Material selection wise, we have not used plastic anywhere in the product except the food grade pipes which are transporting water from the pump to the water dispensing points. everything is material. The water is stored in assets, and the water efficiency of the product is enhanced in terms of energy by trying to bring the biomimics. And overall, if you the water saving is what we could see. Very, it was very by name itself, it is saving water for the whole building, and it will give you an environment of sustainable site development. So these are few of our installations, few of our units, 100 liter per day, 400 liter per day, and exhibits where we discuss, we showcase this to the Union Minister, Mr. Arjun Megwal, and even the Prime Minister when he visited our office in IIT Madras Research Park Exhibition Center. And these are few of feedbacks from our users which which suggest that machines are going good, and these machines are actually are very helpful to them for the purpose which they have purchased. So we have done installation in Chennai, Mumbai, and we are right now installations are going for Delhi and Bangalore. We have done more than 10 installations, and till now we have dispensed around 140,000 liters of drinking water, which complies with these standards. And we have been giving drinking water quality documents for all our installations to the customer. And so that much of liters of drinking water we have added to the Earth's surface or groundwater level from the Earth's atmosphere. So with that, I would like to thank CIA again, GreenPro and IGBC team again. And these are the few groups which are supporting us. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Ramesh. I think your technology is doing a lot of favor to the nature. Instead of allowing the water from the air to precipitate and go down to the ground or come through the river, you are just directly taking and reducing the burden on nature for condensation of the water.
Yes.
So, thank you very much. And there are a few questions. We will get back to you again after we finish the last speaker. With this, I would like to introduce Mr. Sarvana Raj. He is the director of Green Rich Group. Sarvana Raj is a master's graduate in architecture with 25 years of experience, known for innovative approach to architecture and interior design. His projects reflect the sustainability and satisfies the Go Green requirement and parameters. The primary concern for design approach reflects socio-cultural appropriateness, energy efficiency and energy savings, eco-friendly Go Green concepts. Mr. Sarvana Raj presently works in the field of waste management with an objective to collaborate with the people of the country in creating a clean and green society for ourselves and our future generation. Mr. Sarvana Raj presently is the director of Green Rich Group, which provides eco-friendly waste management and environmental solutions with market-leading expertise in all aspects of waste management. So thank you, Mr. Sarvana Raj, for being a part of our panel, and we look forward to an architecture perspective to waste management. You are on mute, Mr. Sarvana Raj. You are on mute.
Yeah, happy evening. Hope my voice is audible.
Yes, it is audible. And my request, if we can finish off within time, we have got quite a few questions to be addressed by everyone.
No problem. No problem. I will try. I will answer. No problem.
Yeah,
Let's start with the screen share. Yeah. Hope everybody is able to see my screen. Yeah.
Yes, we are able to see.
Yeah. I'm representing Greenbridge Group. We are into zero waste concept. Basically, we take care of all the wet waste or biodegradable waste that is generated in most of the buildings. Because we eat food and then we generate most of the waste. This waste increases the global warming, and we are in the process of reducing the global warming, and we use the wet waste and also recycle as an organic manure. Basically, we all know why this has to be done. This is the waste production. This is a very similar scenario that is available in most of the cities. Of course, after the Swachh Bharat, it has slightly reduced, but it has not vanished. Most of the cities are like this. And I would like to highlight the magnitude of the problem that is lying. Almost waste generated in 6 megacities is almost 21,000 tons per day. And in metro cities, it is 15,000 tons per day. And in other class town cities, it is almost 42,000 tons per day. Almost 72.5% of the whole country waste is from these solutions, these cities. Basically, we need to control this particular waste, and then we have to prevent the landfill. That is the concept why our company was formulated. Why this waste is getting generated? Basically, because of lack of community involvement and lack of expertise and exposure to city waste management using modern techniques and best practices, and lack of awareness creation mechanism. Basically, these are all the methodology from which the waste can be efficiently used. One system is waste to compost, and another is the aerobic and the anaerobic. Here I am going to discuss about the both aerobic and anaerobic. Before I start my presentation, I would like to show one video. This is basically a concept which we presented to one of our societies in Chennai. Basically, it is 174 apartments.
This is the way waste segregation is done at CGRO's 174. There are 3 color-coded bins. The bins are left outside the service area for collection. Green bin for kitchen waste, blue bin for recyclable products, including plastics, red bin for non-recyclable and non-biodegradable waste. The housekeeping staff collects the segregated waste and takes it into the bin room. Newspapers and small cardboard boxes.
Basically, we teach them the segregation of the waste, entire waste.
To avoid the housekeeping staff from further segregating waste, it is extremely important to segregate the waste at home with great care and caution, since mixed waste ends up in the landfill. The contents of the blue bin goes into the orange bin. An organization called Kabadiwala Connect breaks up the plastic into pellets. They also take cardboard, glass bottles. The contents of these bags contain reject and unsegregated waste, which is collected by the corporation, goes into the landfill. The contents of the green bin goes into the compost bin. At the end of a certain period, along with natural microbes, compost becomes fertile organic manure. After the compost is ready, from each compost bin, we get approximately 300 kilograms of manure and 100 liters of biobooster. The biobooster is diluted and used as pest repellent in our garden. Green-based composting reduces landfill waste, reduces carbon footprint, reduces greenhouse gas emissions.
Yeah. Basically, this is the amount of waste. I will explain in detail how it has been done. Basically, the organic waste forms the major portion in our waste generation. It is almost 60 to 65% of our waste is organic waste, and this entire organic waste is a very rich resource which we have been wasting it for more than 30 years or 40 years or so. After this 2016 solid waste management rule, of course, a part of it is getting used and the awareness is also being created by the Swachh Bharat mission to convert all these biodegradable waste into rich manure. What is the importance of this biodegradable waste as organic manure? Basically, our agriculture, if you see, it is mostly we have been using fertilizers for quite a long time, and by converting this biodegradable waste into organic manure, it establishes the circular system or circular ecosystem, which is very much necessary for the organic cropping. This is how it has to be done. I will briefly explain what was there in the video. Basically, the biodegradable waste, what are all that is getting generated from the kitchen? The fruit and the vegetable peelings, the spoiled food and the leftover, all the eggs and the nuts, including the dried flowers, the house cleaning, everything, all the tea powder, everything can be categorized as biodegradable waste and it can be composted. This has to go into the blue bin, the green bin, sorry. And the recyclable waste has to go into the blue bin. What are all is the recyclable thing, the plastics, the papers, everything has to go into the blue bin. And the hazardous waste has to go into the recycle bin. The hazardous waste include the soil and the infected cotton dressings and all the razors, blades, the sanitary napkins, medicines, everything has to go into this. This segregation will reach any societies or any organization which wants to compose their particular waste. Our company was formed in 2010 with a process with an innovative technology and the time-tested technology of providing a fungal inoculum, which is going to help in the decomposition of this particular waste. Basically, if you see, for composting, we need air, a proper environment for the waste to get converted into compost, and then we need a microbial load also. We have a time-tested mechanism which contains the fungal inoculum, unlike the bacterial inoculum which most of the people use. What is the difference between the fungal and the bacterial inoculum? The bacterial inoculum, if you are using it, we need to churn the bin continuously. And whenever we churn the bin, there might be a smell will be coming and people are having a lot of discomfort. So we developed this particular technology of fungal inoculum, wherein the waste can be just covered, sprinkled and covered with the fungal inoculum and it can be composted very easily in the urban context also. How it is done? Basically, it is we have different kinds of bins. Basically, this is one bin. This is a home composting bin. This is a 50-liter bin. For example, I am showing. First, what you have to do, you have to segregate the waste as I have told you previously. Then we have to spread the waste on the bin. Then you have to cover it with the fungal inoculum. After covering with the fungal inoculum, you have to just close the bin. Again, next day, you have to again fill up the waste and then cover it with the inoculum. Like this, you have to go on a sandwiching process for the next 30 days until the bin is filled. We have a dual bin concept. One bin is for the composting and another bin is for the filling up the waste. So once the one bin is getting filled up, we have to keep it set aside and then we have to use the second bin and repeat the same process. One layer of waste and then one layer of fungal inoculum. Again, go for next 30 days. By the time the second bin is filled up, the first bin would have got converted into manure-rich organic manure. This organic manure, what it comes, it also gives a very good liquid manure also that comes from this particular bin from the 10th and the 15th day. This liquid manure can be diluted with water in 1:10 ratio and it can be sprayed it on the plants. Even a lush green landscape or a terrace garden or an organic garden can be cultivated with this particular liquid manure. And the solid manure, you can directly use it as a planting media. It can be mixed with soil or it can be directly kept in the plots and used as a planting media. These are all the SGS report. It is showing that almost 100% it is organic with CN ratio also at a very optimal level. What are all the benefits of the compost? It improves the soil structure. Then it increases the nutrition content of the soil. Then it improves the water retention of the particular soil. And also it increases the moderates the soil temperature. Because of this moderation of soil temperature, the microbial load of the soil increases. And it stops the watering of the plants. The biobooster acts as a pest control and a circular economy is also established. And it increases the agriculture production and our dependency on pesticides will go down. For example, in Chennai, We are almost producing 4,000 tons. Each of the metro cities produces almost 5,000 to 6,000 tons. At least if we can convert 1,000 tons of this biodegradable waste into manure, per day we will be getting almost 300 tons of very rich manure. And if suppose this entire 300 tons of rich manure is spread on the fields, almost all types of the land that is available, that is barren, everything can be converted into a very, very rich organic farming, thereby increasing the organic cultivation of the farmers. We have different categories for depending upon the different type of waste. For example, this is a home composting, where these home composters, they take care of almost 0.5 kgs per day, that is for single family to 3 to 5 families per day. It can be used in our house, it can be kept in the balcony, it can be kept in front of the veranda also. So it promotes the process of the waste getting composted at site itself. Where it is getting generated, it is getting converted into organic manure. Thereby, we save on the transportation, we save on the collection mechanism. Almost 60% of the municipal cost will be saved when each of us are following this particular composting technology. And we have a community composters. They don't want to do it in an individual scale. They can do it as a community also. For example, an apartment with 50 units or an apartment with 100 units or up to even an apartment with 1,000 units. They can have this community composting. Only 2 bins. Instead of putting it in the waste, in the garbage bin, they have to put it in this particular My Green bin and they have to spread the inoculum. That's just a very, very simple process. There is no technology involved in this. That is on the usage part, because there are no any mechanical equipments, nothing is required in this particular way. Only by the time tested knowledge of the composting, we have innovated a bin such that the composting takes place inside the bin itself. And of course, we have developed a model for institutional composters also, for small hotels, for small offices. Also, we have these type of bins. And of course, we have developed a model for bulk generators also. This we have capacities of 3,000 liters, 5,000 liters, and 7,000 liters. So we have segments right from half a kg per day up to 1 ton per day. Even for 500 kg per day also, this bin, 2 bins of this size is totally enough. So that it is very easy to operate, no electricity, very normal electricity only in the bulk digester. Otherwise, in all the smaller segments, there is no electricity, and it promotes the carbon content or the global warming also. These are all some of our prestigious clients. I will just rush through what are all the clients which we have installed. This is an Amazon Development Center in Hyderabad where we have installed almost 5,000 liters of bulk digester. It takes care of almost 250 kg per day. It caters to that. Then this is a CMR central in Vizag. This takes care of the entire wet waste that is getting generated in this mall. This is an Indian Navy. This caters to 2 messes that is officers mess that is there in this Indian Navy campus. And this is a government colleges. And Honda Motors is also our customer. They have kept it in to compose the waste of the canteen. This is MEG Bangalore. This is again customs office. All the food waste that is getting generated, either in the canteen or in the kitchens, whatever the food they are generating, everything can be converted into rich manure. This is a collector office in Indore. And we are almost spread in almost 15 cities all over the country. This is an Adayar Anand Bhavan, a chain of hotels in Chennai, where the entire organic waste that is created from the centralized kitchen is converted into manure. And then this manure, they are again taking it to their farms, and then they are growing the vegetables, again bringing it back to serve the people. That is how the circular economy they are establishing. This is in the Army War College, Maho. And again, Asian Paints is also a customer in Hyderabad. These are all small. We tied up with the CSR activity and then we distribute bins to a lot of villages, lot of communities in Andhra and Indore. And this is, of course, in CPWD quarters. All the government quarters in CPWD, almost in 13 installations in and around Chennai, we have our installations. And also in Mumbai also. And of course, the Shastri Bhavan, KK Nagar, a different area. In Mumbai also, we have placed in Mumbai also. The first technology which I was discussing is for the aerobic composting. The second thing is for the accelerated composting. The first technology, the aerobic composting takes around 30 days. Here we have developed a semi-automatic system wherein the composting can be done in 15 days with the help of a small agitator which is fitted inside the bin. So this is basically a digester or aerobic digester wherein the waste can be fed from one side and from the other side from the 16th day it will be converted into manure and then for some places wherein it's above 1 ton because the aerobic composting the space required will be much more and the manpower also for shifting and all might be more. We recommend this type of thing. This is called a roto green. We have developed this model. This is coming from even for 100 kg up to 2 tons per day. Also, we have this model. Here, the advantage is the retention time is 50 days. But of course, we have to use electricity for this, unlike the previous model, which is totally sustainable. Where there are some space constraints, we can recommend this particular rapid composting, the vertical model, where there is a space constraint. Once we are feeding it from the top and then we are removing the compost from the bottom. Here also again the retention time is only 15 days. And this is a bigger model which is called the containerized rapid composter for municipalities or maybe from 5 tons to 25 tons. 25 tons per day can also be taken care in this particular containerized model. It is a very less space is occupied. Unlike our micro composting units where even for 3 tons you need around almost 10,000 square feet of space. Here the space required is very less and the system is very efficiently can be operated with very less labor. And it is very ideal for smaller municipalities and smaller panchayats. And then we have developed another technology which is called from waste to energy. Generally, you know about biogas. This from the waste we can generate methane, and this methane, if it is purified, or it can be directly used for cooking purposes. And this is the usual biogas system which generally it is available in the market. One is a below ground system, and another is with a gas holder. We have developed a model in a containerized system wherein it is above ground. The major advantage of this particular system is it is easily operatable, it is portable also, and any problem it comes also, it can be easily manageable and maintenance free model it is we have created. And we have different sizes in this particular model, right from 50 kg up to 12 tons per day. 12 tons per day. We have most of the things are in containerized model only. This is the basic system I will just explain to you as I am running short of time. Basically, the waste is fed into this particular shredder. It goes into a slurry pump, and from the slurry pump, it goes into the digester. This digester is a container which digests as an anaerobic composting takes place inside this. From this anaerobic composting, biogas is generated and it gets stored in this particular holder. From the gas holder, it is taken through a scrubber to remove the HTS. Then through a moisture trap, we remove the entire moisture content also. Then through a thermometer, it can be either supplied through a gas engine, it can be either supplied directly for the cooking purpose, or it can be converted into bio-CNG and used as a fuel. And this is a very good sustainable model that is available for especially for green building. If there are bigger buildings which generates almost 3 to 4 tons of waste, if they can convert either into electricity or they can even convert it into cooking food. This is the bio-CNG technology, almost a similar working methodology only. The digester and the grass holder, everything is same. Additionally, we have developed a compressor by which this biogas is purified and then compressed and put it inside the cylinder. So these cylinders can be transported either to other places or it can be used also. This particular solution we have suggested in Chennai and Coimbatore, wherein for the hotel, we are tying up with the hotel association, wherein they are bringing all their wet waste into this particular facility. They are converting into bio-CNG and then they are reusing the cylinder for their cooking purpose. This is again a very good recyclable model. And the 12 tons of waste will almost produce around 320 kg equivalent of LPG per day. And the return of investment is very high. In 3 years, you can recover the entire cost of the system. Again, these are all different. And we are also developing a customized project also. This is one of our plant which we associated with one of our collaborator in Nashik, wherein it is a 30 TPD customized biogas plant. It is generating electricity. We are using almost 15 tons of biodegradable waste and 15 tons of septage waste. We also provide customized solution even for agriculture waste or paddy husk or slaughterhouse waste. Even for poultry droppings, we can provide a solution wherein it can be converted from waste into energy. And again, energy can be either electricity or bio-CNG. And this is another technology which we have recently developed because hazardous waste are coming a lot nowadays. And especially because of this COVID situation, we are generating a lot of masks and gloves. And of course, the sanitary napkins has been a very big hazard, and the disposal of the sanitary napkins is also a very big problem that even the municipalities are facing. What we are suggesting is we are asking the entire people to go for a segregation and then go for a in-house incinerator in the place itself. These incinerators, we have capacities right from 10 packs per hour up to 1 ton per day, so that the entire transportation process is stopped. It can be incinerated at particular place, and the disposal can happen in their place itself. This is another technology which I wanted to share. This is the afforestation technology, it's based on the Miyawaki technology that was very much familiarized in Japan. Basically, because of the lot of environmental issues, we are losing lot of trees. These trees can be established at particular places. Even if you give a space of around 1,000 square feet, it is enough to create a very rich urban forest, which can increase the oxygen content in that particular microclimate. In the conventional climate, in the conventional tree planting, if you see, we have to go for one sapling at 20 feet. Here, we can, for 1 square meter, we can go for 3 saplings, wherein the density of the saplings are increased and it is maintenance free. How we do is generally first we do the soil survey, then we do a native species survey, then we do the sapling preparation and the mount preparation with proper manuring, everything. Then we do the plantation with the community support, and then we maintain it for 2 years. After that, the entire thing will be a self-sustainable thing. These are some of the projects which we have done in Chennai, and these are all the growth that we have achieved in 6 months. In 6 months, we have achieved this much of growth, which is nearly impossible in the normal conventional system. I think I have completed in time. I hope the presentation is.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Raj. I was just about to intervene that you are off time by almost 5 minutes.
No problem.
It doesn't matter. Your presentation was very enriching, and you have a handful of solutions, right from a small residence to a municipal level, and the applications also, whatever you are converting, be it composting or gas. I think you will be in great demand in the time to come. Thank you very much for sharing your wisdom with us.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. Yeah.
I will quickly come down. We are already off time by almost 35 minutes. So I'm just taking a few questions which have come. I'll start with our first speaker, Mr. Manish. Mr. Manish, a lot of questions. Mr. Manish, are you there? Mr. Manish?
Me?
Hello?
Hello?
Yeah. Mr. Manish, multiple questions have come about engine warranty and how does the OEM handle your replacement of the fuel shift? Multiple questions on that. Could you elaborate that in a couple of minutes? Mr. Manish,
hello, am I audible to you?
Yeah, now audible, yes.
Fine. Sir, the fact remains, generally the warranties of generators are only for 1 year, but the generator life is something like 25 to 30 years. And most often than not, people use generator in a span of 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, and I have gone installation to a genset of 28 years old. So if the engines are well maintained, there are no issues. As far as the OEM is concerned, since I do not do any alteration in the engine, and we keep the same settings the OEM wants to keep on their engine, there has to be no problem why the OEM should be offended. I had also presented in my slide that Cummins in the US uses our product. So OEMs as such in India, I have installations in Bangalore, in Assam, in Delhi, and in Bombay. What I wanted to flash here is I have got installations with different OEM, different service providers, all in Northeast, West, South, and there has been no problem. It's up and running for many thousand hours and many, many months.
So you are saying that your product doesn't disturb the OEM warranty or AMC support in any way?
I think, yes. What I wanted to say is that I'm not trying to change the configuration, so no OEM should be offended. Except putting a mixer in the air intake system, I do not touch any engine specifications. I don't change the engine combustion technologies or pistons or piston heading or retard, anything. It's the same, the OEM has kept it. So there should not be any problems to the OEMs whatsoever it is. But yes, for a vested interest, they may try to squeeze you initially, but eventually everybody comes. I have with Bosch, who is one of the engine majors, had given me orders of 2000 kVA 5 such kits. And in Escorts tractor unit, we have got 4 repeat orders. Same in Assam with the Tea Gardens, 3 repeat orders. So I think there is no problem. We've been up and running this many parts in the country, and there has been no problem.
Fine.
And let me tell you, every OEM is trying to design their own dual fuel kit. So it is something that the OEMs are also interested to look into.
Yes, sure. Thank you. One for Mr. Amol Shinde. Is this solution, sorry, again, I'm just trying to pick up most relevant questions as we are off time. Just a minute. How does one carry out a feasibility study of mix between solar and wind before making a purchase decision? I'll repeat the question. How does one carry out a feasibility study of mix between solar and wind before making a purchasing decision?
Yeah.
Question clear?
Yeah. This is the most relevant question you had asked. And if you look at when a customer has to purchase, he has availability. That is one part. The second thing is the proportion of wind and solar also depends upon the climatic condition of that area. As to say, for example, if it has a heavy monsoon, so your wind can be on a higher side. So the ratio normally goes from 60% to 40% for solar wind is the standard thumb rule, and the wind portion comes down when there is like the climate is not suiting that, or the area where you want to install doesn't have any elevated potentials where we can install these small wind turbines.
Another question on this is, how do you quickly thumb rule to gauge whether small micro wind turbine or small wind turbines would be feasible for a particular place? Any quick thumb rules to gauge that?
So quick thumb rules, it depends upon if you go to the site, that is one driver. The customer itself is very keen because he's getting a lot of good winds. That is one part. And the other thing is we normally rely on the NASA database, wherein the wind speeds for 10 meter and 50 meters are put together. So those are the two things through which we kind of decide.
Okay. Is there any website? Sorry, one more question from my side. Is there any website available where I can go pinpoint a location and say that is a wind turbine feasible in this area or not?
Yeah. So the same database, NASA RET Screen, is a database wherein they give the wind and the solar data, both the data, and it is a open source like free data which is available, and one can go through that site and get the relevant information.
Okay, thank you. So that is NASA RET Screen.
Yes.
Question for Mr. Ramesh Kumar. how much energy consumption is required to convert water from air? And is this a function of the climatic conditions also?
Yeah, so the machine rating which we do is at 30 degrees Celsius and 70% RH. So
Can you speak a bit louder, Mr. Ramesh? You're not able to hear you.
yeah, so the machine rating which we do is at 70% RH and 30 degrees Celsius. And so at this ambient condition, machine is on average, it will take around 1/3 of electricity to give you 1 liter of water. It would increase if you go for the domestic scale on the 30-liter side, and it will slightly come down if you go for the industrial scale unit. The output will depend on the ambient humidity. So if I were to give you an example, the machine in Chennai would give you more water. A 100-liter per day machine in Chennai can give you 110 liters water also on a day. And in Jaisalmer, same machine will give you around 40 to 60 liters of water. So higher the humidity, it's better for machine to operate. It's efficient in terms of output, generating water as well as the energy.
Okay. So what you're saying is, depending upon the climate, the duration or the output may vary. But are you saying that the energy consumption is 1/3 unit per liter, irrespective of the location?
That's when you have 70% humidity and 30 degrees Celsius. If temperature goes high, let's say if temperature has gone 40 degrees Celsius and you have 60% RH, in that case, the power consumption will go high. It may near 0.5 units as well.
Okay, it's like a air conditioner actually. So the higher the ambient temperature and humidity, the more will be the energy consumption.
Yeah, the load will increase. However, we have tried to take down the load by 5 to 15%, but still it will be in sync with the ambient temperature.
So at 70% RH and 30 degrees C, you are saying 1/3 unit per liter. So
Yes.
say for a city like Chennai, which is this sort of climatic condition, you will have a cost per liter of water roughly in the region of 3.5 rupees a liter.
Yeah. So if if the unit is so
10 rupees.
10 rupees, yeah, it would be in that region.
3.5 rupees per liter of water.
Yes.
Good. I'll take one more question, though there are many that have come up. I'm just selecting a few of them. Just taking one more question. Just a minute.
While you're searching the questions, we have website vayujal.com, vayujal.com. So people can go. We have given our phone number and WhatsApp number, so all questions can also be sent there if few questions remains unanswered.
Yeah. One more question for you is: will the extensive result in imbalance of natural moisture content of the air? So, if with more use of your technology, will it result in the imbalance of natural moisture content of the air?
No, it's similar to what is happening with the clouds. So clouds comes, they give, they will pour the water, and then again cloud comes. So it's a natural humidity flow with the global air current, which will keep going throughout from the oceans to the land. So it won't result in any imbalance unless we are talking about very, very, very high level, because at any point of given time we have approximately 1.4 million liters of water available in atmosphere, more than 1 million liters for each individual on the earth. So it would not.
There are many questions, but I've been told by the CII team to stop the session at 6:15. We are already touched 6:15, so I'm sorry we cannot take any more questions. So thank you very much to all the participants who have very actively participated. A lot of questions have come up, and you can get in touch with the CII team, and they can connect you with the individual presenter here, and you can talk to them directly. With this, I would like to thank Mr. Manish, Mr. Amit, Mr. Amol, Mr. Ramesh Kumar, and Mr. Sarvanaraj. Thank you very much for your time and your knowledge. And we really enjoyed all your sessions. Thank you so much. Thank you, IGBC and the GreenPro and the CII team for giving all of us an opportunity of getting together and sharing our knowledge. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, and thank you,
Thank you very
IGBC, for
much.
giving us a platform.
Thank you, Mr. Chuzra Kothari, for joining us as a chair today. And I thank all the speakers for sharing their rich experience with all the participants over the GreenPro Summit. So before we end the session, I would also like to thank all our supporters, AkzoNobel, JSW Cement, Tata Tiscon, Nippon Paint, iCubix, and also Aerolite, who have taken the stall space. I would like to thank our partner organizations, Global Ecologic Network and UNEP, One Planet Network, and the supporting association GACS, along with IAPMO and IPA, who have contributed and supported during the sessions. A small announcement that all the stalls would be open till this month end. So everybody is welcome to visit all the stalls today as well as till the month end and benefit from the same. And we would be updating you with the latest details of upcoming webinars through the mails. So once again, I thank you all who have made this summit success. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Himanshu.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
So give me the rights now.
over 100 buildings shaped lives of building better, overcome the breakthrough research, meticulously developed by scientists and chemists at our world-leading facilities. We're all part of a diverse family who, together, made Asia's #1 paint coatings manufacturer, offering a complete paint and coating solution for total peace of mind. We're a pan-Asian family, unified and driven by our need for growth, regional appetite, teamwork, agility, allowing us to the back, corporate authority is ingrained in our DNA, promoting sustainability, developing skills, because people have always been at the heart of our company. Together, we strive for a sustainable business that positively impacts lives. Drop of the global use of painted coatings we produce every year, adding color to all industries, supply, strong distribution, and in turn enrich the lives of millions around the world. Continue to set standards, coatings, protective coatings, ships, steel pipes, and protects by offering developers and architects and highly durable and leather-resistant options. We make it possible to get nicer conditions for our consumers. We strive to deliver the best end-to-end solutions, including design services, perfectly complement our values. We all live happy. We harness the brilliance of innovation. We inspire the lives of millions now and for decades to come.
Unique, open-thinking, and inherently sustainable, our next emerging consumer brand is IQX.
I want to thank Economic Times for recognizing Acuvix as the emerging consumer brand of the year. Acuvix is already designer and manufacturer of largest number of green certified modular furniture and interior systems in India. Our products are designed and made right here in India, and getting recognition worldwide for their innovation and out-of-box design. In fact, they can replace a big amount of products imported from China and other countries. These products can bring down the time of execution of materials like offices, hospitals, transport hubs, distribution, gas, but even residences from many months to just a few days, and with minimal human resources aside.